This is a public meeting of the New Berlin School Board Finance Committee. Prior to this meeting, notice was given to the public by posting the agenda on the district website and providing to New Berlin City Hall for public posting. Copies of the agenda were forwarded to the Waukesha Freeman, the Waukesha Now, and the Journal Sentinel, all of which have filed requests for all public notices. Diana, do we have any community members on the call as well? Diana, are you there? Did I lose you?
We do not. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So the people on the call are you, Diana, Amy Crosby, who is present. I'm here. Chrislyn Holiday Wondercheck is the chair. Mitch Helmer is not yet here. We're hoping he comes later. And who else is on the call?
Pat Miller, too.
Very good.
Joe Garza.
Hello, Joe. All right. Very good. All right. So, Amy, did you have a chance to look at the April 27th committee minutes?
I did.
Okay. Any thoughts on those or anything we need to correct or change?
I was not present, so.
Oh, yes, you were not. That's right. You were not present for that. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. All right. Well, I did not see anything that we needed to change. One thing that we did note in those minutes was that we had tabled the policy regarding staff reimbursements so that we could talk about those two policies in conjunction with a different Neola policy, which may cover both. So that was the one thing that I wanted to make sure that we also kept moving in this meeting. So I don't see that we need to make any changes. I think that we can vote on the minutes now, Amy, but if Mitch comes in later with any kind of questions or changes or additions, then we can reopen that issue. Is that okay?
Yeah, that would work.
Okay. So I would move that we approve the minutes as written. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Amy. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. So those minutes are approved. Thank you, Diana, for pulling those together for us. All right, so then we move on to our review of the financial reports for the month of April. And I would note for the record that I did receive a response back from Pat Miller, our CFO, with answers to my inquiries as far as the several expenses that I asked him about from the March ledger. So, Amy, did you get a copy of Pat's email?
I don't believe I did.
Oh, okay. I think that you were copied on it. Now I'm going to look to make sure. I think you were. Let me just take a look.
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah.
So I found that very helpful. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
I did have a couple of quick follow-ups from that email. So I had asked, one of the questions I'd asked about the March reports was the Bloom 360 Learning Community. And that was for $23,660 in the month of March. And you had indicated that was for special education tuition. So I'm sorry, I need a little bit more explanation on what that means. Can you explain that a little bit more?
I'll have to find out. Sorry, I'll have to find out a little bit more detail on it from Amanda.
Okay.
I know that it's a purchase service for again education services provided. But I'll ask Amanda to give me a little bit more detail, and I'll send it out to the group.
That would be great. I would appreciate that. And then when you do that, I also ask for a copy of the Von Briesen invoices. And I know that you said you'd share that in a separate email, but I don't think I got another email on that. Did you send one?
No, I just got that straightened out today. I couldn't. One of the invoices I had to do some redacting on,
Got
For
it.
some reason, I couldn't get the copy to open up in Adobe where I could redact, and I just figured it out today with the help of Sherry Rodriguez, and so I'll get those documents out to you tomorrow. And it was only one of the invoices that I needed to do some redacting, so I'll send that out to
Okay.
you.
All right. Sounds good. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And then I had a couple of questions on a couple of consultants. Okay, and I apologize I just got a text from Mitch. He said, sorry, can't find the call-in information. So did he just join, maybe?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. There's Mitch. Okay. Mitch will circle back in a couple of minutes here. We're talking about Patrick's email that he sent to the board, to the committee, regarding March expenses, and he sent that email on May 21st. So if you want to take a look at that, that's what we're talking about right now. So a couple of these consultants I was looking at, on March 6th, we've got a consultant for Richard Artisana, and you said that was Infinite Campus Consulting. So I know we pay for like a membership for Infinite Campus, right? Because it's a program that we use for lots of things. I mean, for students use it, teachers use it, parents use it. So so that was like a consulting fee, Pat? Pat, did I lose you?
Nope, I just forgot to press the magic button.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's okay. At least you're still there. So did you hear my question on that? Okay.
Yes, I did. And what he does is he assists the district in managing or setting up the interface for summer school registrations.
Okay.
And so every year, that's something that has to be redone based on the classes that are offered, when they're offered, and how long they're offered. And so unfortunately, we had already contracted with him to do that work prior to the shutdown.
Oh, sure.
Just in the process of us, the normal calendar of us getting ready to launch summer school questionnaires, we bring him in as a consultant, and he sets everything up so people can register.
Yeah.
And so we had already done that.
Yeah. And then we shut down elementary summer school.
Yep. So
Okay.
it's one of those things if we would have consulted with him, or if it would have been on our calendar to consult with him like a month later or a month and a half later, we would not have actually done that. So.
Sure. So, I mean, I'm just curious because it seems like a lot of money to pay for him to set up summer registration. I don't even know what that entails. Is that a lot of money for that job, or am I crazy?
I would actually, I've all I know is he's done that work for us every year.
Okay.
I do think that, again, depending upon how many hours goes into that, and I know from my past experience in a district, when we did do that all on our own, it was very labor intensive.
Okay.
To get that done. And in my former district, we usually would have 2 or 3 people that would work on that process. So it was very labor intensive, and it took people away from their primary role in the district. So, but it's definitely something we'll look at in the future.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering because I just didn't know what that entailed, and I didn't know how he was contracted, whether it was like an hourly contract, or if it was a flat fee that he was going to do it for. This is a guy who's always done it, right? So I feel like we've got some kind of history with him.
Yes, and I can find that information out.
That would be great. I would appreciate that. I know that that's something that I know Mitch and I have talked about regularly, sort of trying to look at all these consultant fees and trying to figure out which consultants we really need to maintain, because consultants can be important, and which are not totally necessary. But you're saying that in your experience in Shorewood, that if we did this in-house, it would take our employees away from a fair amount of tasks that they would have to get done anyway.
It is labor intensive, but again, part of my job is also to, look carefully at the consultants that we're using. And this being my first year in the district with summer school, this is obviously somebody that I would ask some questions about and find out if there's any way that we can do some or all of that work in-house. But yeah, it is labor intensive, and
Okay.
it's not that uncommon for districts that use student information systems or whatnot, that they would pay for some additional services to help get functions done that are usually like a one-time a year thing where there's just some extra man-hour that's needed.
Okay, thank you. And then I also wanted to follow up with you on Sarah Ann Bach, who's a Title I consultant, and another question about, I don't know what that means. What does a Title I consultant do?
Again, I'm going to have to talk with the Title I people.
Sure.
So what would really be great is with these questions, it's so difficult for me to just, answer on the fly, especially
I know,
if you
Patrick.
don't have the experience. If you can email these questions
Yep.
and follow-up questions, I will certainly get back to you.
I will do that. I apologize. I just assumed, since you kind of already done some digging on this, that you might have some more information, but I will not assume that. And I will follow up with you via email and copy the committee and everybody else.
Sure.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions on that email regarding the March expenses before we move on to April?
Real quick, the Wilson, is that something we pay for and then we get reimbursed from the other schools? Or how does that work?
For Title I?
No, the Wilson Park hockey.
Oh, yes. Actually, we just became the fiscal agent for that particular group because it moves around based on the number of student athletes. And so we will collect all of the registration fees for those students and student athletes, and that's what we use to pay out. So Greenfield used to be the fiscal agent. They transferred the funds that they had in-house for that, plus then all of the fee registrations we got for that as well.
Okay.
Okay. So any other questions on the March expenses? Okay, so let's move on to April, the April reports. And Patrick, I had a few other questions that were similar. Some of them were the same entities I asked about in April. So I'm going to email those to you. I'm going to copy the committee, and then I'd like to talk about them live at our next meeting, because when I email you, I appreciate the fact that you don't have the stuff in front of you, and the fact that I did not get this to you before the meeting, which is my fault. But I want to make it part of the public record when we talk about this, so that if you email us, in response, then the public can't review that later, like in the minutes or whatever. So I want to make sure that we have a full record of what we talked about, and that's the whole point of doing this. So I will do that, but off the top of your heads, Amy and Mitch, did you guys have anything else from the April reports that you wanted to ask Patrick, that you thought that he might be able to answer right away?
My only question was why does it only go to April 23rd? Where's the rest of April on there? Did you hear me on that?
Sorry, I keep muting and I'm beginning to unmute. The 23rd of April is the last day that we did a check run in the month of April.
Okay.
So that's why actually, I think Sherry had some vacation days later in the month of April, and so that was that's just based the last AP run.
All right. And Patrick, this one I think you're going to know off the top of your head. We paid Skyward $32,800. So how does that figure in what we need to pay them on a recurring basis, or was that a one-time payment, or what's going on with that?
That was payment for some additional history conversion that we wanted from Alio. We were concerned about the amount of history that we were pulling over, and we wanted 3 extra years of history. So
I think you talked about that before.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was $32,800. That's not a cheap date, huh?
No, these conversions are not cheap dates for sure.
Yeah.
That's why we don't do them very often.
Well, sure. That's the good news, right?
Yes.
All right. And then I think this one also, you're going to know off the top of your head, all these payments to booster clubs, is that for concessions for the most part?
Yes. Whenever you see a booster check in there, it's a reimbursement for a concession.
Okay. That's what I figured. Okay. I will email you later in the group as well about my remaining questions that I think we'll need to dig a little deeper on. And then we will go from there, and then we'll talk about those at the next meeting. Anybody else have anything on those they want to discuss? Okay, so moving on to the balance sheet. So Patrick, I know that we had talked about, I thought we talked about we would be very soon seeing a report that showed us sort of on a percentage basis where we were for our budget. Is that coming soon?
I hope so. I'm still working with a Skyward report consultant on developing that particular report. It's just the issue is that this is pulling information from so many different areas, and it's just a process in trying to get it going. And I've spent several hours on the phone with a Skyward consultant trying to get this put together. So we think we're honing in on it, but
all right. Well, we're looking forward to seeing that. I know when it becomes available. Are there any questions on the balance sheet from other committee members?
No.
Nope.
Okay. All right. So that will be, so we'll talk more about those, and particular drilling down on issues from the March email as well at our next meeting. And then as far as the update on the Skyward conversion, Patrick, do you have anything to offer us there tonight?
We did just have another meeting today. We're working through some bugs on the part of employee management, which is what we use to track the pay codes and the salary and benefits and all that for all of our employees. And where the interesting thing is in the district, prior to us making the move to Skyward, everything was kind of downloaded and pushed out into spreadsheets, and so people would work on things in silos. And so right now we're not only are we getting used to the new software, but people are getting used to the fact that they're working in data that is also being read and used by other people. And so, we had worked through a lot of questions today in how to manage that data when it's actually live data, not just data that you're working in a spreadsheet that's only on your computer. So again, it's going well. And what I told the folks today is this is what we should be struggling with. in how, as we get used to the new format and the new program. So it ended well, and I think we're still doing very well.
Okay. And then I think you said that we probably are going to be fully converted by when again?
Well, we are 100% Skyward right now.
Okay.
We're doing, Alio is, we're no longer paying Alio. That program has left. And so we're 100% in Skyward. And right now we're operating Skyward. We're operating with the basic human resource software and financial software. But what we're working on doing is implementing other modules that are included in that piece of software that help us do more with, for example, the payroll and benefits software, where we can implement more planning, as opposed to it's just pushing data in and pushing data out. Same thing with the financial side. We're working on modules that are going to help us build budgets and not just manage the budgets, but actually build the budgets in the software, so that it's not, we're building it out of the software in a spreadsheet, and then we have to, just keep pushing information in. So that's kind of where we're at with it, is just getting used to all of the advanced features of the software.
Okay. So it sounds like we're fully into Skyward, but the only modules that are fully up and running right now are HR and financial. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're working on.
I would say those modules are not fully integrated yet.
Okay.
We have all of the stuff that we formerly did in Alio is up and running in Skyward. Now what we're also doing is working on the modules that are enhancements that we're going to get by moving to Skyward.
Okay. And that includes the payroll and benefits software module that you're going to be working on implementing.
Yeah. Especially
Okay.
like benefits management, where we may actually be able to eliminate in partial another consultant in the future, where, for example, for healthcare enrollments.
Okay.
So, that's just one example of what we're moving toward.
Okay. Sounds good. Anybody have any questions for Patrick?
No, thank you for the update.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we should move on to our policy discussion about policies 3548 and 3230, which we were reading in conjunction, and a new proposed Neola policy, the 3440 policy that was included in your packet. So did everybody have a chance to take a look at those three policies?
Yeah, I did.
Great. And Mitch, did you see those?
Yep.
Great. Okay. So when I reviewed those policies, certainly it looks like to me, the Neola policy seems far more comprehensive. I do think there are a couple of things that we could talk about adding to it. I think that we need to add, like we did in some previous policies, especially the purchasing policy. First of all, I'm generally in favor of scrapping the old 3548 and 3230 in favor of this new Neola policy, which is their number 3440. In part because I think it combines them, and I think it makes us have less policies, which I think less, rules to maintain is probably better for us from a governmental sort of management standpoint. I think in this Neola policy, we need to add language that would allow determinations made by the superintendent or the superintendent's designee, like we did in some prior policies. I think that's important to add, because I don't think that Joe's the one who has to always do these things. He has lots of people working under him that can, with his blessing, can make this stuff happen and lighten his load a little bit. So when I read the Neola policy, the 3440 policy, I thought it was a weird carve out to say that unauthorized expenses included but weren't limited to alcohol, movies, fines for traffic violations, and the entertainment, meals, lodging of spouses or guests. I thought that was a weird carve out to include movies. But I think that we could say, you know, any kind of non-business related recreation or something like that. I mean, I thought that was weird. So that's the first. Go ahead.
Something like that. But that includes sports games and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it should be a little broader than movies, you know. And then another strange thing that I thought was in this Neola policy was probably about 2/3 of the way down, the paragraph that starts, whenever a staff member is unable to provide appropriate expense documentation, she or he may be reimbursed upon written approval of the expenses in accordance with the district's reimbursement form by the superintendent, and then I would add by his designee or his designee. But I had a couple questions about that. And Patrick and Joe, you guys could probably speak to this. My first question is, do we have such a form? And my second question is, why would a staff member not be able to provide appropriate expense documentation? Because I would think that they'd always have that. Is that wrong?
So first of all, one of the things that I did just send to the committee is a copy of the travel reimbursement form that we use.
Oh, great.
So in that, it's an Excel spreadsheet of multiple tabs, and you know that I think that particular worksheet will give you some insight into you know what people have to go through for a travel advance or a travel claim, expense claim, reimbursement,
Sure.
right down to, you know, the different per diem rates and whatnot. So that's one piece of information that we have. And while I don't believe that the lack of receipts or the correct documentation is actually a problem, but in the event that somebody would, you know, so much of this stuff is done online that it's very easy for people to track things down. And Sherry Rodriguez, you know, will also make phone calls to different places to track receipts down. This is more or less the option for us to police people, that if their lack of attention with regards to receipts starts to become problematic, that we can essentially refuse reimbursements. So.
Okay, that helps. And I was able to take a brief look at that forum, Pat. That looks pretty involved. So that's good. Amy and Mitch, what were your thoughts on this policy 3440?
I agree with your initial assessment. I think it combines the two. I don't think it adds a whole lot other than combining those two, but I mean, that's still a good accomplishment. I think we should definitely do that. I had a few things that I thought should be added that we didn't really have any clarity on, and I think it gives employees guidance on some of the stuff. So one of the things was there's nothing in here about personal vehicles must meet state minimum insurance requirements. I think that's a nice piece that helps protect us. So in case they crash a vehicle or something like that, our expectation is they're carrying minimum state or minimum insurance policies on there, especially if they're driving another employee or something like that.
Sure.
Another one, it didn't say anything about rental cars. And usually there's a carve out for if it's going to be over 120 miles, then you can rent a car. But if it's going to be less than 120 miles or 100 miles, whatever that is, then generally the employee uses their own car. And I thought we should have some guidelines about how to handle that. And then I know in companies I've worked for, we're required to get, there's limitations on, like, you have to get a compact car if you're less than 2 people. or full or mid-size if you've got 3 to 5 passengers. And then yeah, I think we covered the receipts. And then I thought possibly adding something else in here along the lines of a maximum spend on food.
I was just looking. Yeah, go ahead.
My company just introduced it. I don't know exactly. I haven't traveled in a while. I think it's like $50 a day or something like that. But a lot of companies have gone to set amounts, usually with breakfast included in a hotel, and then you've got a lunch and maybe a dinner. So I know when you set that number, then people are like, oh, I can spend $50. But at the same time, it prevents the issues of someone spending 75 or 100 and then having to have that conversation, because at least you've got it documented then.
And what we usually do is if people are going to a conference that provides breakfast, then we don't reimburse for breakfast. If they're going to a conference that supplies lunch, we don't reimburse for lunch. And then we usually use, or what we have in that, if you look at that particular document, we use published meal and incidental expense rates for the different destination, whether it's a city in the state of Wisconsin or out of the state of Wisconsin. What we have is pretty detailed, where there's different meal and incidental expense rates for different cities across the country. So.
And Patrick, I was looking at that when we were talking, and my question is, how does this? So I'm looking at the travel and expense workbook that you just emailed to us, and there's this tab for reimbursement rates for meals and incidental expenses that you're talking about. So that does a very particular job of carving out what those maximum expenses can be. My question is, how do we legislate that with regard to the employees? So, I mean, this is the workbook that you have that you require people to, fill out. Is this referenced in the employee handbook, or how do we make this part of the governing documents? That's my question.
What I would do is I would reference using the travel and expense workbook.
Within the policy?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we just reference that, then we don't have to legislate a lot of that stuff in the policy. Rather, we can make adjustments to the workbook.
Yeah.
If we put too many dollar amounts, if we put dollar amounts in the policy,
oh, I agree.
Every time the dollar amount changes, then we have to change policy.
Agree. That's what I was trying to make that tie, because right now I don't see in our current policy any reference to this workbook. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So we need to tie the two together in order to make them appropriately governing the book, right?
I would agree.
Okay. All right. So that should be added.
Patrick, just for clarification, how many expense reports do you think we're getting in a year? I know it's a tough number to ask me, but do you think it's 50 or is it 500?
Well, that's a pretty big gap there. I would say it's more than 50, but it's probably less than 150, because what we'll do, what this particular form is mostly for, are reimbursements. So if we, instead of reimbursing somebody, we would prefer to pay actual costs and do that through the use of a procurement card. Because that way we're setting some limitations for what the expenses are, but we're not giving a reimbursement. We're actually providing for the actual expenses, which is what's done most of the time.
I wanted to give a little gravity to the situation, make sure that obviously this policy needs to be tighter if we're doing 5,000 trips, and obviously we don't need to nail down everything if it's 20. But I just wanted to make sure that my expectations were correct on where that.
Our use of this is the greatest use of this particular form is is travel for one day events. They're going to a conference in Madison and they're getting a mileage reimbursement or something to that effect.
Gotcha. And then Patrick, in this travel and expense workbook, is there something related to the rental car issue that Mitch had mentioned?
I'd have to spend a little bit more time going through this.
Okay. That's fine. So here's maybe what I would suggest, if you guys were okay with it, is that I could sort of take a swing at this Neola policy 3440 and try to weave in some of the things that we talked about today, and send it to you in a draft form so that we can revisit it, because I think we're going to need to talk about it again before we vote on recommending it. Is that fair?
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to review it a little bit more and I have a working draft that we can work on before we recommend it to the board.
Right. Okay. So, all right. So, Amy, did you want to do that, or I was a little unclear on what you just said. Do you want to do that, or do you want me to do that? What do you think?
And if you have changes kind of already lined up of what you want to make, if you want to just put it into a document that we can somehow share or share back and forth with the three of us, that we can put our recommendations in it.
That'd be great. And I think that I will, I'd like to share it with Pat and with Joe as well, just to kind of get their input along the way.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wrote down, Mitch, I wrote down your comments. Amy, did you have any other things you wanted to add as far as including?
No, I mean, I agree that we don't want to put all the dollar amounts in here. So I think that referencing that workbook would be great. I don't know if we can get a determination if that workbook is referenced anywhere in the employee handbook. I don't know if there's anything in the employee handbook about expenses, or if it's just, if we just reference it in the policy, if that would be enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't know if it's in the employee handbook. Pat, do you know if it's in the employee handbook, this travel and expense workbook reference?
I think you're on mute, Pat.
I don't believe it's necessarily mentioned. It's just, teachers, when they're going on a trip, or when they're planning on some district approved travel, this is usually something that's just given to them by the site secretaries. They know that people need to fill these things out, and so. But I do think that we should mention it. I think it's worth putting in that policy.
Great. All right. I will do a draft for you guys, and I will email everybody so that you can take a look at it, and then we can all have input on moving forward with that. Okay?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. So then let's move on to the next policy we want to talk about tonight, which is the Student Activity Fund, which is our policy 3433, and the Neola policy that Diana provided us with is 6610.
Yeah, so this policy is a lot more, not a lot more, but it has a little bit more detail than that first policy that we originally had, which was very minimal. So I liked this policy better. I thought it had just a little bit more, information in it on what a student activity fund is and who maintains it. I don't know. There's a couple of things in here, like it says the board authorizes the maintenance of approved student activity funds. I don't know who they're authorizing in that one. So I don't know. I like the idea though that each activity should be recognized by the board first. So we've already voted that it is an activity. We usually do that in our consent agenda, so that it is something that we are at least aware of that is going on.
I agree. I agree with everything that you said, Amy. I think that in our former policy, it was basically a sentence, and this definitely goes into more detail as far as, I think one of the critical points is what happens to the money if the group ceases to exist.
Right.
That happens a lot. These things have a sort of life cycle, and then when they cease to exist, we should have, I mean, I think that as a district, and when I was the PFC president over at Orchard Lane, I rewrote the bylaws so that we would have a provision that would revert all of our funds to the district if we ever disbanded, because we didn't have that before, and that was an important thing to include, like it is for these student activity funds. So I guess my question, I did have one question for Pat about this provision in the Neola policy saying that following graduation, the unexpended funds of the senior class will be transferred to the Fund for Emergency Needs of Students. Do we have such a fund? And if so, is that what it's called, or is it called something else?
I don't believe we have a fund like that outside of in Fund 50. We have some dollars set aside for assisting students with past due balances in food service.
Okay.
And I do what I believe we have in this Neola policy is some suggested language. I don't know what the district past practice is with regards to senior class. I've been in districts before that would either the seniors would donate the balance to the school to use at their discretion, or they would donate the balance to be used for a specific purpose, or the officers would establish an account outside of the activity fund, and upon graduation, then like the president and the treasurer would take ownership of those funds, and essentially then it was up to the graduating seniors to manage those funds. They could use it for like their 10th anniversary or their 25th anniversary or whatever. So there's a lot of different options with that. I think it would be good for us to possibly get some input from the principals on that as well. I did just make the suggestion to the home and school groups that they work through their respective boards to develop language about what to do if a home and school group becomes inactive. So I think that is important language for us to kind of flesh out.
Yeah, and they already have it in the PFC bylaws because I wrote it. So I know it's in there that it reverts to the district if it disbands at Orchard Lane anyway. But as far as this particular policy, I think that I feel like we do need some additional language that includes what happens for these other groups. So they talk about the senior class being transferred to the Fund for Emergency Needs for Students. And Pat, I'm good with the idea of transferring that to Fund 50 to be used to satisfy, overdue balances for the lunch program. I'm okay with that. I think that that's a reasonable use of those funds. And I think it's sort of a goodwill use of those funds, for people who were indigent or just couldn't pay their balances or whatever. So I'm okay with that. The other funds for groups that are inactive for greater than 2 years will revert to the district's general fund. I mean, how do you guys feel about that language? Because that's not dealing with the senior class. That's more like the other groups that just don't exist anymore.
I think that's something we need in there that says, if the fund is inactive, we do need to move that money, but and I guess to the general fund is probably fine. I don't know, Mitch, what were you going to say?
I was going to suggest that all of it goes to the general fund, and if we want to pay off negative lunch balances or whatever with it, we can make that choice. But if we put it into that Fund 50 or whatever, if we do have this emergency fund, then we can't put it to something else. And that's my only concern, is that say we start building up a balance in this account, we don't get any negative lunch accounts, and we've got a bunch of money stuck in there that we can't do anything with.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Mitch. I mean, I'd be willing to direct it to the general fund if we needed to. I think I'd like to maybe draft a little bit of extra language that says that that the groups, if they are going to become inactive or, graduating senior classes, can petition the board to direct their funds, their remaining funds elsewhere if they don't want it to go to the general fund. I mean, and then they could come to a board meeting and kind of make their case and ask the board for permission to direct it elsewhere. But I mean, that your argument about the general fund makes sense, Mitch, to me.
So I agree with that, Crystal, but I don't think they should have to petition. I think they should be able to take that money out and use it for, like Pat said, for their reunions or whatever, because that's money they earn, and if they want to take that with them, I think they should be able to. But I think if they don't want to or they don't ask to have that, then I think it should go to the general fund.
Okay.
Same thing for the other.
So what kind of language would you want, though? Because the language we have in this Neola policy 6610 doesn't contemplate that. So what would you want that to look like?
Just kind of brainstorming. So following graduation, I guess following graduation, the senior class may choose to transfer their funds out of their account for use of, I guess transfer their funds out of the account to their own account to manage. If that is not done, and maybe we put a date by May of graduating year or something like that, or June, I don't know, then that money will be transferred to the general fund.
Okay. Let me see if I can come up with something on that. Or if you guys have any other ideas.
You're legal language than me.
Yeah. Well, So I'll work on something with that. And but I get what you're trying to do. Amy, does that sound appropriate to you to do it that way?
I mean, yeah, I think we still need something in there that says that if it's inactive. I mean, inactive to me says they've left that activity and they're not using it.
Well, this is the senior class piece, but I think the other one you're talking about the first one before that. You're talking about inactive.
Yeah, like a club that just no longer exists anymore, or like it just was only, I don't know, popular for a couple of years and then it just sat there. That any money in that account, we need to provision where that goes.
So just a practical question for Pat. Pat, how do all these different student activity groups, because I'm assuming most of these groups are at Icahn West and probably not at the elementary schools, I think. How do we know who has funds and how are they maintained? Like, are you getting like bank statements for these things? Do we know they're out there? Do they have to report to you on an annual basis or more than that? How do you even know that they exist?
No, these are funds that are actually held by the district.
Okay. So we do know about them and we do have information on them. Okay,
right.
Good.
So Fund 60 and Fund 21 are both fiduciary funds that it's really not the district's money. It's just being held by the district to be used for either the purposes of the student activity group, or in the case of Fund 21, we get a donation for a specific purpose. The district holds those funds until that particular purchase can be made.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have to worry about the practical piece and not knowing that these funds exist.
Correct.
Great. Okay, so on this one too, I will put together what I'll do on both of these policies that we've discussed tonight is I will use the Neola policy, and then I will highlight any additions and strike out any changes so that you guys can see what we're working from and to. And then we'll talk about them at the next meeting. Does that sound fair?
Sounds like a plan.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're running out of time. So the last thing that we have on our agenda is set annual goals for the committee. Amy, what were your thoughts on our goals?
So some of the goals that to continue the monthly review of the reports and present those to the board. I also was looking at different schools to see kind of what our school boards see what they did. They present a quarterly budget update to the board as far as where they are in the budget. So that report that we're talking about with the with Patrick of presenting that to the board on a quarterly basis. Maybe not monthly, but have it quarterly. So I guess goals would be, more on the financial side of looking at the reports and outlining anything I think to the board that they need to be aware of. Secondary goal would be to update the policies related to finances as well.
Okay, and thank you, Amy. And Mitch, what about you?
A big thing I asked for a while back was a more concise annual budget, and I think I compared ours to Elmbrook, and I know Patrick's working on that, but I think that having, whether it's every 2 months or so, kind of breaking some of that down and setting our expectations for what we want that to look like and working with Patrick. I think that's probably going to be over 2 or 3 years, but I think there's some milestones that maybe we can take a look at and figure out what our expectation is over the next year of what we want to improve.
Okay, so what would that look like in terms of a goal, Mitch?
More
like,
detailed.
What would you like to see?
Yeah, more detailed annual budget process.
Okay. And then when you say more detailed annual budget process, I mean, we as the finance committee, we don't prepare the budget. Pat does that. So
yeah,
what would you like to see our role in that process looking like?
I think giving Pat the direction of what we believe we need as a board, and then getting feedback from him of what that looks like, and him kind of giving us what that looks like, and then making changes or recommendations to that to continue to tweak that to make sure that we're getting the visibility and the clarity that we're looking for.
Okay. All right. I think I can make something out of that. So I will, I'm going to, Diana, for the minutes on the goals. I mean, also one of the things that I would like to see with our goals for this committee is to get through all the financial policies in the next year. I think we're making good progress on that already. So we started that, back in March. So we should be able to do that. I really think we can get through all of those policies that I emailed the whole committee about back in March. It might have been in February. So I think we can get through all of those policies and update them and get them in front of the board for approval. So I think that's really important to me. I also agree with you, Amy, that we need to continue the monthly financial reviews and to, I like the idea of doing a quarterly update to the board. So because none of the three of us have the in-depth knowledge that Patrick has, I think that's going to be a little more difficult, but I like it. I just want to get my arms around it. The last thing I want to include is the idea of making sure that we increase the transparency of the financial operations of the district. So to that end, I want those quarterly reports to be, I'd like to have somewhere to house them on the website. And I guess, Diana, we have to have a conversation about that. Can we have a tab for the finance committee or something like that so that people can easily find documents? I guess that's a question.
We did add a portion of the website. If you go under board, now there's the board committees, and there is a page that shows who's on the committee, what the committee is designed to do. So I think the structure is getting there. So I think we should have a spot to be able to put some information on each of those.
Yeah, and Amy, I was looking for that, and I'm just under the Board of Education. I'm not seeing it, but let's keep talking about that. I know we're beyond our time, so I will definitely work with Diana on that. So, any other questions, or is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. We adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you all. I appreciate your help. Diana, do we stay on the call?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Looks like everyone else has joined, so.
Very good.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and kick off our meeting of the Board of Education. So ladies and gentlemen, it is now 6:32 and a quorum of members is present. So the meeting of the Board of Education of the School District of New Berlin is called to order. Diana, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Crosby,
Here.
Mr. Helmer,
Here.
Mr. Kurth,
Here.
Ms. Manley,
Here.
Ms. Schulz, Janet, I see you're on, but it looks like you're muted. Oh. Okay, Ms. Schulz, Ms. Unger,
Here.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Here.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn to closed session. Can you guys hear me? Does anybody would like to make a motion to adjourn to closed session?
Hold on. I move to recess into closed session pursuant to section 19.851C E and F of the Wisconsin statutes to consider the approval of closed session minutes, employment performance, and compensation matters pertaining to staff.
Second.
Second, Mitch Helmer.
I have a motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Mr. Helmer. Please call the roll.
Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
sorry, Mr. Helmer,
Yeah.
Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schulz. I don't know if you can hear me, Janet. I see you're on. Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Yes.
We are moving into closed session and will return to open session around 7 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 7:17 and we are returning from closed session into open session. In recognition of the serious and important nature of our efforts here, we will join in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for those who wish to prepare for the meeting, we will have a moment of silence. This is a public meeting of the Board of Education. Prior to this meeting, notice was given to the public last Friday by posting the agenda at the district office and forwarded to the city library. The agenda was also posted on the district website. A copy of the agenda was forwarded to the Journal Sentinel, the Waukesha Freeman, and the Waukesha Now, all of which have filed requests for all public notices. We do not have privilege of the floor. I do want to remind the public that if they have any items that they would wish to send to be read at privilege of the floor, to email those to Diana Hansen prior to our meeting. Next item is the president message. And again, I just want to reiterate that anybody that would like to provide some public input, just email that to Diana Hansen and we will read your comments. And we just thank you again for the public for your understanding of us having virtual meetings during this time. I'll move on to the superintendent updates.
Yes, at this time, I would like to start by honoring your outgoing student representative, William Detloff, who's been your school board representative from New Berlin West for the last 2 years. William has decided that he will be pursuing his further education. And again, I won't get into all the details since we do have a video of both Principal Fesenmeyer talking about William and that from William himself. So if we could actually go ahead and share that video at this time, that would be great. Please note that William did receive the honorary award from the board that typically would be given to him by Amy at our face-to-face Board of Education meetings. Unfortunately, we're not able to do it that way, but we were able to get that recognition to William prior to this meeting. So with that, go ahead and play the video. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Michael Fesenmeyer. I'm proud to be the principal at New Berlin West, and it is my honor right now to be able to recognize Mr. William Detloff. He's one of our graduating seniors, and he's been a representative to the school board for the students at New Berlin West for the past 2 years. William's an outstanding young man. He has participated in many events within the school. He's a member of NHS. He's a member of our Student Union Leadership Academy. He's been involved in the drama and the theater aspect of our school. He's been a member of the boys volleyball team and done a lot of other leadership activities within our school. The thing I'm going to remember the most about William, besides the fact that he has said the pledge, done the quote of the day every day, and of course, the word for the day of the week, whether it's a majestic Monday or a terrific Tuesday, classrooms were guessing which word he would say throughout his high school experience. The other thing I'm going to remember for William is his kind effort towards others, his positive personality and how he represented our school and our school community so well. In everything he participated in, it was not only about his experience, it was about the experience of others and other people and how to make that experience positive. William's been a true ambassador to our school throughout his experience, and I'm really proud to have known him. Excited to see where he goes and what he does from his high school, within his high school experience and beyond his high school experience. And William, best of luck to you as you move on to the new experience that you'll take on next year. Thank you.
school board members. This time I won't be giving an update about sports and activities, but I'll be giving an update about me. In the fall, I will be attending the University of Wisconsin-Madison in order to pursue a business degree. So I am kind of nervous for college though, even though I know that New Berlin West has prepared me academically and socially. The clubs that I will miss are National Honor Society, where I helped plan out the blood drives, and also Student Ambassadors Leadership Union, where I worked with the other board members to plan out the dances, spirit weeks, and other activities like that. And I also will miss singing in our Chambers Choir, where I've been a member for the past 4 years. Most of all, I will miss theater. I have been a part of theater at New Berlin West since 7th grade, and I performed in 7 musicals and 3 plays. And I can just honestly say that my favorite memories of high school were made on the stage in the PAC. Theater really taught me how to step out of my comfort zone and be confident with myself. So I know that I can use those things that I've learned from theater and apply them to college and also just the business world and everything. Theater also brought me some of my best friends and also forever love for theater and just the arts in general, so I'm really thankful for that. In my time at West though, I have participated in a bunch of extracurriculars, but I can say that being the student representative to the school board has definitely been unmatched. And being a student rep means that I am able to recognize everyone for what they've done, and in order to congratulate them and have their voice be heard rather than just the popular sport or the popular activity, but everyone as a whole. And that being said, I've had to go around and talk to people that I normally wouldn't have, which has helped me learn more about the school and also how to communicate with different types of people. When it comes to the school board meetings, I really like the exposure to participating in a professional manner, from having to constantly think about my body language, my tone of voice, or how loud I'm being, and my level of eye contact. It's really helped me be more aware of the things that will help me in my future. It has given me a glimpse of what the adult world will be like, which is extremely beneficial. Lastly, I received this in the mail a couple days ago. It is a plaque that says, William Detloff, 2018 to 2020, Student Representative to the Board of Education, School District of New Berlin, and it has the Expect Excellence symbol. And this was such a nice surprise. I didn't know what it was because I was like, I don't think I ordered anything. But when I opened it up, it was a really nice surprise. So thank you so much. Also, I really just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Garza and Mrs. Hanson, who have been with me from the start in this 2-year process of selecting me and helping me grow as a student representative. It's meant a lot, and I've learned so much from this opportunity, so thank you. And I hope you all have a great summer. Thank you.
We certainly will miss William as a representative of the New Berlin West on the board. We are currently reviewing applicants from New Berlin West to fulfill the vacancy being left by William, and we certainly wish him the very best. Amy, any additional comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, I just echo that, William, you've done a tremendous job on the board. We've always enjoyed your updates. You bring just your enthusiasm to our meetings, and we really appreciate that. And best of luck next year at UW-Madison and everything that your future entails. Are you still on, Joe?
Yes, so thank you for asking me that, because I was talking to myself. But William will actually also be representing the New Berlin West senior class on an upcoming segment that we're doing in partnership with Concordia University, Chameleon Communications, and My24. We will be the first school district of several, I think it's 8 or 9 other districts that were selected to celebrate and honor their respective seniors over the course of the next couple of weeks. We will be the first district being shared out with the community, and unfortunately, it's the same night as our next regularly scheduled board meeting. It's scheduled for 7 p.m. on Monday, June 8th, is when the initial segment will air. Certainly, we will provide you a copy of that segment as we are able. But again, it's just another way that we're able to honor our seniors with various representatives of students from both New Berlin West and New Berlin Eisenhower, students with varying backgrounds, with different stories, will again kind of share their experiences here in New Berlin, kind of talk about their experience with their class, highlights of their class and their thoughts of their class. And I've already had a chance to preview it, and certainly going to be a great way to, again, in another small token of of the appreciation of the efforts that our seniors have done. While we haven't been able to, we won't be able to honor them as we would have liked. Also, as we wrap up into the next school year, we do have things coming up where we do have the school pickup scheduled for June 8th and 9th, which again is actually that Monday and Tuesday of that week. We are doing parades for our seniors that while we haven't been able to do the traditional walk the halls at the elementary schools, they will be able to drive by the schools. We've coordinated this with the police department and have gotten their support on the students being able to drive through the elementary school lots, and our staff spaced as appropriate as they should, with signs recognizing the students, and the students will have one last chance to kind of wave and say goodbye. So that's in the works. We did also provide a letter to families regarding school fees and our approach to reimbursing those, and certainly want to circle back to and just mention that we're also doing not just the parades at the secondary level, but also sixth grade level as well. So our students are being honored there. I did provide you with an update of what each of the schools are doing to recognize their sixth graders as they leave elementary school and head to their respective secondary schools. We are still in process of coordinating our summer school efforts. We will have summer school options. While they may not be to the level of degree that we initially had planned, we will be providing communications out to families as soon as we are able regarding those options. And then just want to let the board know that we've started an internal task force for reentry for next school year. We continue to get updates literally by the day from whether it's the state level, the feds, the state health department, the state DPI, the Department of Public Instruction, the Superintendent's Association, the School Board Association, our local health department, area superintendents, and so on. And we continue to get those updates, and we've started drafting options for reentry. We're looking at several options for next fall that we have been asked to consider. One of those options is a full online option, as we're currently experiencing. The second option would be kind of some sort of hybrid model option, where if we had to limit the amount of students and staff we had in our buildings, we might do something like half of our students would show up on Monday, Tuesday, every other Friday, and let's say the other half of students would show up Tuesday, Thursday, every other Friday, or possibly 1 week on, 1 week off as another option. And then obviously we are prepared to welcome staff and students back to our buildings, even though we have to mind the new CDC guidelines, recommendations, as well as that of the state health department, and more specifically the health department here in Waukesha County. So we are in process of getting that coordinated. We are bringing in outside resources as we need them, to include all of the other associations and groups that I just mentioned, but also the bus company, also in working with the police department, and so on and so forth. So we are working on that. We think we've got a good grip on where things are. At this point, it's really just a matter of wait and see and figure out like what will the parameters be on K-12 schools come next fall. So my guess is we probably won't know more specifically what we'll do as we get closer to that date, unfortunately, but know that we are preparing for the various options at this point. We will continue to keep the board up to date, our families and their students up to date, as we continue to make efforts on how we will end up moving forward. So with that, that concludes my COVID-19 updates.
Joe, a real quick question. Do superintendents have a say in what's happening in the fall? Or
Yes. So we are, we have the Superintendent's Association is seated at the table with the state as well as the School Board Association. And they are able to provide their input as we can. And it certainly has made an impact on some of the things that are coming out. So for example, things like possibly doing small group instruction at the elementary after July 1st. But still minding some of the social distancing and all of the other parameters that are being provided us. Unfortunately, part of the issue right now is, I guess I wouldn't call it unfortunate. I would call it fortunate that we are actually in control of our own destiny because of the Supreme Court decision, which allows for more local control, which may allow, though, I guess I do want to clarify that it may look different in Waukesha County and Milwaukee County, and say some of your more urbanized and suburbanized counties and school areas, as opposed to that of somewhere up north, where they're certainly more spread out. They don't have the COVID cases that we have, and their respective health departments are more comfortable with less restrictions than we do now. So again, we are basically at the fate, though, of our local health department, which again, that's how typically things have worked whenever we have health issues, whether it's we have an outbreak of flus. We work with the health department on what we need to do with that. If we have an outbreak on, I think back of like maybe 3 or 4 years ago, hand, foot, and mouth disease and things that we should do precautionary with that. I hate to say this, but even lice outbreaks. We work with the health department, and they are basically our biggest driver. But it is nice to know that we do have some flexibility at the local level. But I do just want to caution us that the level of flexibility may not be the same across the state as we go to re-enter next school year.
Okay, thanks.
Is there any chance that the Department of Health Services would extend the schools being closed into the fall? Like as of now, it's supposed to end June 30th, but could they extend it past that?
It's my understanding that the Department of Health does have the authority to do something of that nature. I'm not sure that that's going to be the case, but they, that department does have that authority. But they've also, in the conversations I've been in, they're also letting us, they're also suggesting that we work with our local health departments for guidance because of the fact that, I think they may want to allow the flexibility that I mentioned previously.
All right, is there any further discussion?
This is Chrislyn. I just wanted to say I appreciate the update, Joe, and I really appreciate that email that you sent to us ahead of time with all of the updates on like the 6th grade celebrations. That was really helpful to know that. I just think it's important to try to give some kind of uniformity of recognition to these kids across our elementary schools. And while the recognitions are a little bit different, it's good to know that all of the kids in all 4 of our buildings are getting some kind of recognition for their achievements. So I appreciated reading that. Thank you for sending that. I also appreciate the other updates you gave too on the parades for senior high schoolers graduating. Did I miss you saying something about graduation? I know that you were going to poll families about a delayed graduation ceremony. I believe that you said that, but I don't think I heard you say anything tonight about that.
Yeah, so as has been communicated, we are not going to have graduation on the original date that we had intended in June. Instead, we surveyed the parents and their students about 2 possible weekends. The first option would have been the weekend of July 31st, that's a Friday, with the next day being a rain date, since the likelihood of these events would have to be outdoors. So that's why we had kind of to save those 2 dates. The other option that we offered was a week after that. We did have the majority, and we went with the majority of those that chose that first weekend. And as of right now, we're still working out all details, and we'll communicate that out as we have them. I do know that other districts right now, for example, today I did read that Kenosha did in fact cancel I think they had a graduation date set sometime in August. Don't quote me on that, but they actually have already went out and canceled that. We've not necessarily gone there yet, but we are making plans for virtual graduations. In fact, we had kids, involved last week, throughout the week, walked in with their cap and gown. I got a picture on a stage, and that went quite well. They were very respectful of the social distancing, wearing of the masks, up until the picture, and so on. And so we're really proud of being able to pull that together. So we're continuing to put that together as well. But again, at this point, we've not made any sort of determination. But we'll continue to hold out hope and optimism as a result.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there any planning or consideration being done for the prom events and all the other senior dinner and that type of stuff for these kids?
Yes, as of right now, we have altered dates in June and August, I believe. Same here, we're holding out. But again, I do know other districts are already canceling those types of events.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move on to our district reports. Are there any items that should be pulled out for separate consideration? Mr. Kurth, can you please read the donation report?
I would be happy to. For New Berlin West, the donor was New Berlin West Youth Football Club. The funds are for fund scholarships in the amount of $2,000. New Berlin West, the donor was New Berlin West Softball Boosters. In support of an athletic field improvements was a donation of $5,000. Ronald Reagan, the Ronald Reagan Home and School, purchase of playground equipment and products was $791.59. And for Elmwood, we had the Wisconsin Health and Physical Education purchase class set of FitStep pedometers, $1,204.76. The district office from Lifetime Realty Group purchase a senior yard signs for Eisenhower and West was $3,000. Wanted to thank all our donations and all our donors. Everything and every little bit helps. We appreciate everything that you guys do for us. You're what makes New Berlin District great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item on our report is the consent agenda. Is there any items that should be pulled out for separate consideration? Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Susan, so moved.
Mitch Helmer, second.
A motion by Ms. Manley, a second by Mr. Helmer. Any discussion? Diana, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Manley? Mr. Helmer?
Yes.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck?
Yes.
That moves us on to our regular agenda, which is packed tonight. So we'll start with item A as a preliminary budget presentation.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is just kind of introduce this item and then hand it over to our local expert, Patrick Miller. But the preliminary budget, we start off on the first slide. Actually, if we could get that, I'll wait because I know there's a slight delay with the YouTube. But if we could get that budget presentation up and get us to that first slide. And what that first slide entails is essentially explains what a preliminary budget is. This is basically a three-part cycle, budgeting cycle. We start with a preliminary budget that we bring to you now. What this allows us to do is it sets basically the fiscal priorities for the upcoming school year, and it also allows us to essentially start spending dollars as we enter into the next fiscal year. We then will bring an amended budget to you at the budget hearing and annual meeting, which as of right now is scheduled to be the first meeting in August. I know I've been talking to Amy and Janet, and we may need to make an adjustment depending on where we are with the COVID-19 stuff. We have not gotten any negative feedback about the presentation of our board meetings in this virtual manner. So we'll continue to work with Amy and Janet to determine how best we move forward. But that's when we would provide, again, as we get closer to October, we start knowing more and more about the budget dollars that we get. And then finally in October, per statute, and it's based on the third Friday count in September, we get our numbers from the state. And so there may be additional adjustments throughout the year, but I know that the Finance Committee is looking at getting budgetary updates on a quarterly basis based on the committee meeting from today. And hopefully with the conversion over to the new software, we can do that in a much easier and more efficient and effective manner. Everything that you have in this presentation was included in the document that was provided to you in the board packet from last week. Essentially what we'll do is we'll have Patrick kind of run through some of the first few slides at a very high level. I don't think we're going to get into too much of the detail as we get into the smaller budgets like special education. Again, we're going to try and keep things at a high level, and then just basically want to respond to any questions you might have. We are not necessarily seeking your approval tonight, as we will try and gather what any other comments, questions, or concerns you might have. We'll bring this to you at the next meeting in June, and we'll be seeking your approval at that time. So I'll hand this over to Patrick then.
Thanks for teeing that up for me, Joe. I'd like to reiterate what Joe said, and this is the first of 3 budget presentations for the 2020-21 school year. And the real purpose for this particular budget is to allow for us to conduct business as a school district starting the 1st of July, the first day of our new fiscal year, simply because unlike many businesses in the world, we go through almost half of our fiscal year before we have actually approved our original budget. It's a bit of an unusual situation. So I'm going to go through, first of all, the general fund budget and assumptions. And again, as Joe said, this is information that's in the budget booklet, but I just want to draw a few things to your attention. The assumptions that I used to put this budget together assume some reductions in anticipated state support. That reduction could come in the area of state general aid, or it could come in the area of state categorical aid. For the purposes of this, I just want you to know that I have taken the steps to prepare the district to handle a reduction in state aid. Because we are, or because of revenue limits, any reductions in state aid could also result in an increase in property tax load that the district would have for the support of its general education. So we're anticipating a reduction in state aid, which is going to result in an increase in property taxes. We are budgeting for a 5% reduction in federal aid. These are this is information that we're not going to be able to substantiate until later in the summer. What the preliminary budget also assumes is a 1% reduction in general fund revenue. So all of these things we've taken into account in order to make sure that we can balance the budget for the 2020-2021 school year. You can advance to the next slide. Very quickly, the next slide is a graphic representation of the general fund revenues by its source. One thing to note, as this varies from school district to school district, but 87% of the funding for our general purpose revenue for education comes from local sources. About 80% of that is from property taxes, and about 7% of that is from dues and fees. You can advance to the next slide, please. Our expenditures or assumed expenditures include the following list of adjustments that are all detailed in your budget presentation. That includes increases in certified staff wages. It includes reductions in healthcare insurance through some savings that we've worked through in establishing a new third-party administrator. And I want to really emphasize the work that the district is doing on behalf of the community in not only controlling the cost for healthcare insurance, but really being a district that is mindful of of controlling the cost of healthcare. So many districts out there all they can do is try to control the cost of healthcare insurance. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing in our district, really proud of the work that Nicole Jones and her staff are doing to help us control not only the cost of insurance, but the cost of healthcare. We are looking at some reductions in purchase services. That would be consulting, property services type of expenses. We're looking at slight increases in utility, and we are budgeting for the contractual 13% increase in transportation costs. One of the other things I'm very proud of in the district is an overall reduction in property casualty and workman's compensation insurance. We chose to bid out that line of insurances this year and really took our bidders to task, and we were actually able to come in way under what was our initial anticipated increase of over 10%. We also have some reductions in textbook workbooks because we're going to essentially be purchasing some of that material in the 1920 school year, which will alleviate the need for those purchases next year. You can move on to the next slide, please, which is simply a graphical representation of our general fund expenses. What you should note in these expenses is these are expenses listed by object, which essentially an object is what is being paid for. So you're going to see things like benefits, wages, purchase services, or essentially what purchase services are things that the district does not do in-house, but we actually pay somebody outside of the district to do that, whether it's a company providing a piece of software or whether it's a consultant providing work or advice in how to do that. That is a very high-level overview of the general fund, which we call Fund 10, supporting education across the district. We can go on to the next slide, please. The next slide, we start the assumptions that we use for special education. At this point in time, the district has not been notified of any state or federal reductions in the support of special education. That being said, we have really in the area of special education planned on maintaining our current level of funding. That's not to say that the state or federal government is not going to decrease their level of support in the future. And what we need to be mindful of is if there is a decrease in state or federal revenues, it could push more of the support of special education into the general fund. Again, that's one of the things that in the business office, we're always ready for any changes in that funding. So what's built into this budget is the flexibility for us to be able to make those changes if needed. We can go on to the next slide. And this is a graphical representation of our special education revenues. I think it's very important for you to see where the support for special education comes from. Very commonly, special education funding is assumed that it's funded through the state and federal grants. While we do receive state aid and federal aid for special education services, 65% of the funding for special education services does come from the general fund for the school district. And so, you know, it's just really, I think, a crucial piece of information that people understand. Special education is mostly funded through the local dollars. You can move on to the next slide. Just a couple of bullet points on the assumptions we used regarding expenditures for special education. Any of the increases in special education expenses are based on wages and corresponding benefit increases. The majority of special education dollars are spent funding teachers and support staff that are supporting students with special needs. Decreases in federal and state revenues will or could potentially result in adjustments that we have to make to support special education. One of the interesting things about special education is even if the state and federal support drops, that doesn't mean that we can just not fund these supports. And if there's a reduction in funding, we can't just take that funding away from the local dollars. We're regulated by a process called the maintenance of effort, which means we have to continue to support special education services at the same level that we did in the past as far as our local dollars go. Can go on to the next slide, which is a graphic representation of what exactly we spend our special education dollars on. As I said before, because special education services are primarily provided by special education teachers and support staff, it's no surprise that 86% of the budget is in wages and benefits. We do have some purchase services, some services that we cannot provide within the district that we do pay outside sources to help us with. But again, the majority is our own people and their wages and benefits. If you can advance 2 slides, I do want to talk a little bit about fund balance. After the 2 educational funds, Fund 10 and Fund 27, that's the general fund and special education. Those 2 funds have an impact over our fund balance. The purpose of fund balance is to maintain a high credit rating so that if the district is in a position where it does need to borrow money, whether it's through a short-term borrow or through a bond issue, that we're considered a low risk and that will allow us to get good interest rates. Fund balance also helps us to be able to weather unexpected emergency expenses. For example, several years ago, I believe it was at New Berlin Eisenhower, there was a boiler that went out, and that was not an unbudgeted expense, and we went to our fund balance in order to make that improvement. In addition to a high credit rating, it also allows us to mitigate the need to cash flow borrow. And because of the way the school districts receive their income, not only is our budget not set until about halfway through the fiscal year, we don't start receiving revenues until January, which is more than halfway through our fiscal year. And so in order for us to be able to pay our bills and pay our wages, most districts in the state of Wisconsin have to do some type of cash flow borrowing. And by maintaining a reasonable fund balance, it mitigates the amount of funds that we have to borrow. If you move on to the next slide, according to our board policy, we're required to maintain a minimum of 10% fund balance. What I am happy to inform the board is that through good fiscal management, the board has been able to maintain a healthy fund balance. We've, again, lower fund balances increase our credit costs. It reduces our ability to manage emergencies. The school district last year finished up with about a 19% fund balance, and we are projecting that at the end of the 2020-2021 fiscal year that we will increase our fund balance, even if it's slightly, from 19.11% to 19.15%. We are showing that we are managing our budgets in a very sound and conservative fashion. You can actually advance 2 slides. We're going to talk about the non-educational funds as well. Non-educational funds, or I should say our educational funds, are the general fund and special education. Those are the 2 funds that we use to provide educational services directly to students and students with disabilities. We do have 3 key non-educational funds that are also important in the district. First of all, Fund 38, or the non-referendum debt fund, is the fund that we levy dollars in order to pay for the bond issues that the school district has had over the last few years. Some of those bond issues have been building improvements, such as the construction of Ronald Reagan, and some of the updates to West and Elmwood. Other debt in there is ESCO for some of the energy improvements, borrows that we've had, and then we also did some refinancing of our WRS prior liability. All of that has been done outside of passing a referendum, and that's a very fiscally responsible way of doing that borrowing, because if we were to go to a referendum, it would have resulted in significant increases to our property taxes. And so the district was able to do that inside of the revenue limit. Those expenses and budgets are included in our Fund 38. Fund 50, or the food service fund, you see the assumptions that we have. We're assuming that meal prices are going to remain stable. Thankfully, our food service has been financially successful over the past years, and so we're not required to make steady increases in our meal prices. And at this point in time, we don't have any significant equipment upgrades. One of the things that I will be working with our food service director to make sure that we're planning for in the future. The last fund is the Community Service Fund, or Fund 80. This is a fund that allows us to enhance community outreach services in the city of New Berlin. We do have some reductions that are planned for Fund 80 that will allow us to lower the levy for community services. And one of the other reductions in revenue is a change that comes from guidance from the Department of Public Instruction that any rental of district property goes directly into the general fund, that it doesn't go into the community fund. So again, we do have some reductions in expenses. We also have some reductions in revenues. You can go on to the next slide, please. I did speak earlier in this presentation about tax levy and what the potential impact of changes in state aid could be. What the district is showing as its projected budget for 2021 is a property tax levy of $49.98 million. That is a 1.7% increase. The reason for that increase is because we're also predicting a loss in state aid. And as revenue limits work, if state aid goes down, property taxes go up. But what I need to, or what everybody needs to understand with that is a 1.7% increase in expenses balanced by an equalized property value of increase of 3% is still going to result in a decrease in the tax levy. I did speak with a representative from the city of New Berlin. The city of New Berlin does not get a glimpse into what its equalized property values will be for the upcoming year until roughly August. But a representative from the city of New Berlin did tell me that estimating 3% would be a safe estimate. And with that, we would see a 11 cents per $1,000 of equalized value decrease with this budget. That would be a decrease from $9.36 to $9.25, about a $28 difference in a $250,000 home. You can go on to the next slide, please. Now, while that decrease may seem insignificant, most school districts, or many school districts in the state of Wisconsin, are seeing the exact opposite thing happen, and that is their mill rates are going up. Whereas in the school district of New Berlin, we're very proud to say that the increases or the changes in the tax levy have been less than the rate of inflation 7 of the last 10 years. This is the 7th straight year with a tax rate reduction. And so really homeowners in the village of New Berlin, or the city of New Berlin, have seen their property values increase more than the tax rate to support schools. So we're very proud of that fact, and we'll continue to work very hard to make sure that the city of New Berlin, or the residents of New Berlin, are getting an excellent value in education through the school district of New Berlin. That is my presentation for tonight. It's a brief overview of the document that you received. And as Joe said earlier, what we're not necessarily looking for approval for this tonight. This is our first blush, our first look at the preliminary budget, and we would welcome the board to bring questions. You can forward those questions to Joe, and he and I will work through those questions for the presentation at the next meeting when we will need to approve the preliminary budget. I'd also be happy to listen to questions tonight, and answer any of those questions that I can answer tonight, or potentially put those questions in action for the next meeting when we seek approval for the preliminary budget. And that's my presentation.
Yeah, so part of the reason why we broke this up into two different dates is because we knew this meeting agenda would be quite heavy with the items that we have on there. So while we would appreciate any comments, questions, or concerns, I was hoping that we could maybe limit the amount of time set for that for tonight. Contact me via email or call me anytime, and we'll make sure to incorporate whatever questions we received into the next presentation, where we'll be seeking the board to approve this preliminary budget. Again, one of the three different budgets that you'll be asked to look at.
All right. So if there are no questions, or if, yeah, like Joe said, just to make sure that we get those questions in prior to our next meeting. I'm going to move on. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
We talked about the foundation and talking about whether we're going to continue that or staff it with a part-time person, or what changes we were going to look at that. I know we voted to put money into that fund for the next few years, but since we don't have someone in that position, are we no longer funding that for this year, or is that money already spent? Or I guess if
so, as of right now, Mitch, we did receive direction from Amy and Janet about this. Per the MOU that we have, we were supposed to provide an allocation of $75,000 to the foundation. But based on varying factors, which you've mentioned, and that of, essentially fundraising to the degree that they were looking at going to some sort of capital campaign for outdoor projects, is likely not to happen right away next school year, probably not until a lot of this uncertainty with COVID-19 goes away. Now, they may be able to do some type of fundraising, but probably not to the level that we would expect per the MOU. So as a result of that, as of right now, we have allocated $20,000 instead of the $75,000 as kind of a preliminary number to go with. It's certainly a lot less, but for all the varying reasons that you mentioned, that's what's in the budget now. Now, again, certainly we would ask the board to continue to have that dialogue as we move through the budget process. So I guess the number could go up if some of the board members would like to see that number go up. The numbers could go down if some of the board members, if the majority of the board chooses to lessen that amount. We would continue that dialogue as we head into the budget that's going to be presented at the budget hearing and annual meeting in August at this time, and then that of the original budget in October.
Joe, this is Chrislyn. I just have a question about the process that was undertaken to alter the memorandum of understanding that the board discussed and voted on. So how did that happen that Amy and Janet, just the two of them, decided that that change was going to be made?
Chris, I don't think that's a Joe question. I think that's a board question. Amy, I think we got to put this on an agenda for the board to discuss, because
that was only, and that was only, a direction as far as just a starting point, because the whole thing needs to go to us as the whole board to discuss.
Yeah, it was put into this for this initial budget presentation, but it, like Janet said, it is a discussion point. It was just put into the preliminary budget as $20,000.
Well, I guess have we cut? I guess back to my original question: have we cut a check for $20,000, or when is that payment due? I think we need to hash
We
that
would
out.
not provide, we would not provide anything until the original budget is approved.
And I've also, sorry, I've also requested the financials, like what are their current, what has the foundation done so far? I said that's something I'd like to see before I would want to make any final decision on the funding of the foundation.
Well, where is, I mean, obviously that wasn't in the presentation we just went through. Where in this actual budget document is the foundation?
It was, it's Fund 80 or whatever, the Community Service Fund.
Correct.
Because I think that's part of why that revenues was decreased on there. So, but it's not so much an I think the board needs
But it doesn't
to have
like it's not a line item on here.
Yeah, I mean it's a $20,000 line in a $60 million budget. So I mean it's not a big piece of it, but it's certainly something that we should hash out.
The other question that I had, if we're ready to move beyond the foundation, back on April 27th, we talked briefly about when we were talking about the summer projects. I think it was the meeting we were at. I don't even know. We talked about possibly putting back a facilities fund amount using Fund 41. We didn't really ever come up with an actual total, but I think several of us expressed interest in that. Is that something that we want to put into this preliminary budget? I know we haven't had a facilities meeting since then, but.
Yeah, so that's something that we would ask the board, as of right now, we did not include it, but we do know that conversation has to be had before the original budget is approved. And again, we're not asking for your approval tonight, so that's why we have also the next meeting. So if you have suggestions, certainly we can take that into consideration. But as of right now, there is nothing included in there. Part of the reason for that also, and I would advise actually against putting anything in Fund 41 right now. I mean, I think we could maybe allocate dollars within Fund 10 to put towards capital projects, but as mentioned, we don't plan on doing any capital projects anytime next year, as Patrick mentioned, as of right now, because we just don't know what COVID-19 impact will have in the future. So, again, even if we were to allocate dollars, we wouldn't necessarily suggest that we move forward with those projects and restrict ourselves to a Fund 41 at this time, just given the uncertainty.
Okay, and then the other question that I had, I think it was last meeting, we discussed the previously approved staff raises and agreed to, I think the wording was set aside but hold for now non-certified staff increases.
I know that that's something that we talked about, and I would encourage us to hold off on that at this time.
Hold off meaning we don't put it in the budget? Because my assumption was we would put it in the budget.
Maximum amount is in the budget as of right now. It's just a matter of how and when it will be disseminated, if at all.
Okay, because that is not
non-certified staff.
Okay, because I was just confused because Patrick's slide says certified staff wages increase of 1.67. It didn't say anything about non-certified. So it's in the budget. We're just not giving it out necessarily. Okay.
So as far as the facility update, our long-range facility plan, we, as a facility committee, need to come up with a recommendation to the board as far as what we want budgeted for next year. Now, Patrick, if we say we want that within the budget, whatever dollar amount that is, is there room in this budget to still balance it based on adding additional revenue going, or additional funds going to long-range facility?
I guess what we would have to do at this point then is we'd have to make some budget adjustments to make that happen.
Okay. So I'd like to recommend a facility committee meeting prior to the next budget, our next meeting on this budget, so that we at least have an understanding of what we want to recommend to the board.
I thought we decided last board meeting that we weren't putting any money into any facilities.
I know, I thought we just decided we weren't doing anything over the summer. I don't remember agreeing that we weren't going to do anything all of next year.
And that was a conversation that was had back in April by the full board. And that was to be determined by the facilities committee to bring back to the full board. But, you know, at the same time, you know, we could go ahead and do that. I just wouldn't necessarily suggest that we put it in Fund 41 if that's what the facility committee would like to do, to at least allocate whatever amount of dollars that is. So again, yes, we would welcome that direction and guidance from the committee.
I think Mike's right. Sorry, let me interrupt real quick. I may have misspoke there. Kate, I was under the impression that we were looking at that for the whole year, but I think you're right. Maybe it was just the past summer. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Nope, I think we're good. I'm good on my end anyway, based off the conversation the comment you just made.
So I do, Mitch, as chair of the facility committee, I'd like to recommend that a meeting get posted between now and the next board meeting, so that we can present a recommendation to the board. Even if it's zero, at least we have, had a meeting to discuss and get that put together.
Yep, I'll send out an invite and poll sometimes.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, moving on to item B, which is discuss approved third-party administrator change to medical plan.
So as the board is aware, we are a self-funded entity, which means that we hired a third-party administrator for our medical plans to help us administrate our medical plans. Dan Nolde provided a presentation to the school board the last meeting and talked about varying things. We have, Diana, if we haven't already, if we could at least, actually I'll check with you on that later, but essentially what we're looking to do is move away from Continental Benefits to be our third-party administrator for two of our major plans to that of UMR. Now we've been working with Continental now for some time, but not a lot like prior to when we were with UHC for decades. Many things in the healthcare industry have evolved to allow for more flexibility with certain things, supported by things like plan design changes. Essentially, what we are projecting as of right now is based on historical claims, and again, this year has been an average year, so it hasn't been like super high or super low. But if we had the same amount of claims, say next year as we did this year to date, we could save upwards of anywhere between $278,000 and $560,000 by making this change. One of the reasons why we did not go to UMR when we went to when we went to Continental was because this group is affiliated with UHC, and they typically wouldn't want to, essentially bid against themselves. And so we're in a position to be able to negotiate with them. so not only did our consultants, but Nicole Jones, your Director of Employment Services, vetted this process. I think they vetted 8 different companies, and it came down to UHC just not being able to be beat on the potential adjustments as a result of them becoming our TPA. I do know that this was also presented one time before to the Personnel Committee. We did not receive any comments, questions, or concerns from the last meeting. I guess I'd like to hand it over to Kate and/or Janet, given your local expert on medical expenses, and Kate being your committee chair for the Personnel Committee, to feel free to add any additional comments. But we are seeking approval of this TPA change of the third-party administrator as presented. Please note that we are also looking at varying other options that could allow us to reduce the projected impact on medical costs to the district, adding another probably about what could be about $400,000 to $500,000 with other things like prescription formulary changes, medically infused specialty drugs, direct contract, a direct contract with Walgreens, direct contracting with ATI for physical therapy, and so on. So this is really the biggest change that we need sooner than later, so that we can get going with these other items. But this is the first item that needs to be approved before we move forward with those others. So again, Kate or Janet, anything else you'd like to add?
I don't really have anything profound to add. I think, from our committee discussion and then the board discussion last meeting, it seems like a really great option for both the district from a cost perspective, and then also for the staff from a benefits perspective.
No, I agree. I see no reason why we shouldn't move forward with it. It's going to save money, and it's going to be good service, provide some really good service and benefits for employees.
Do I have a motion?
I have a motion to approve the move to UMR as a third-party administrator.
Jeffrey Kurth, second.
Do I have any further discussion? Hearing none. Is there anything else? Can we go ahead and call the roll?
Ms. Schulz.
Yes.
Mr. Kurth.
Yes.
Ms. Crosby.
Yes.
Mr. Helmer.
Yes.
Ms. Manley.
Yes.
Ms. Unger.
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Yes.
Motion passes. That moves us on to item C, discuss approve digital learning initiative.
So we intended to bring this presentation to the school board in July, sometime in June or July. But because of the COVID-19 situation across the board, we needed to bring this to you sooner than we had anticipated, mainly because if the board would support our recommendation to move into this final phase of our one-to-one digital learning initiative, that we could actually have the devices by the fall. And as of right now, it's my understanding that the supplies are available, but that soon could dwindle as more school districts determine the need for digital devices in the hands of their students, again, given the current state of affairs. And so what I would like to do first is actually provide a video that was presented or put together by our internal staff that will provide, some background of what we're requesting, kind of the why behind it. And then I can talk more about the the budget impacts after that presentation. So if we could, there will be a slight delay because we need to upload the video. So please bear with us as we upload that video. And it's a short video, which then I will, again, talk further about some of the other details. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Digital Learning Update for the School District of New Berlin.
Tonight's presentation is going to walk you through a little bit of information around getting more technology in the hands of our kindergarten through third grade students across the district. Really, this all stems from our strategic plan and which stems from our vision, which is making every student college, career, and future ready. We believe that by putting technology in our youngest learners' hands, we're going to be able to increase their knowledge, skills, and dispositions around different aspects of technological literacy, get them skilled in 2 platforms, both Apple and Google, in their time with us, and then create a bunch of different dispositions, including digital citizenship, enhancing their ability to communicate and collaborate, and even be creative with these new digital platforms.
When considering the why for our work, our first consideration is really around equity. When we are having teachers put together instructional plans, that are really going to be leveraged by use of an iPad, we want to make sure that all of our elementary students have an equal access to that device. And that really has to do with any kind of learning environment that we're in. If we're in a brick and mortar environment or whether we're in a distance learning environment, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can as a system to provide equal access for those learning opportunities. Also, we're taking a look at providing students with just great learning opportunities in general. The use that we have seen right now for our students and with the iPads has been phenomenal. So being able to provide them opportunities to do that with one-to-one access, K3 in addition to 4-6, will definitely help us, as a system and help students become really comfortable using that particular device.
So we'd like to share the process for how we would roll out these devices with strong intent around powerful instruction in preparing our teachers, our administrators, and supporting our students and families. The first part of this rollout would include guiding our administrators, establishing what we believe high-impact iPad usage look like for powerfully engaging learning activities as well as assessment for learning. This would be provided in an online format, as well as we would like to let our administrators leave with artifacts that they can use to engage in teacher conversations around powerful uses of their devices, as well as a guide for look-fors. We want administrators to feel confident in exploring and helping our teachers achieve the highest level of success with these projects. When it comes to preparing our educators, we would like to work closely with our kindergarten through third grade teachers to provide them with online competency-based learning opportunity. We want to focus on not only supporting teachers as they develop the capacity to leverage one-to-one iPads in their classrooms, but also provide them with familiarity with ways to manage those devices, set up classroom protocols, and so they can feel confident within this transition. We're also excited to say that because our teachers have had iPads for the last several years, they already have a foundational knowledge that makes them absolutely ready for this next transition. And having worked a lot with iPads on carts before, this increase in access will help make that transition more smooth.
In addition to teacher training, we'll also be working on building student capacity. This will include offering online and support that is real-time and hands-on learning in the type of format that we'll be doing. This will be provided to both students to work simultaneously with their parents and provide a way for them to build their capacity through these opportunities. In addition to this hands-on instruction, we will also review with students and help them develop skills in the area of digital citizenship, responsible iPad use, and responsible iPad care. Additionally, our K through 3 students have already used the iPads on the CART model for several years and have a lot of experience with that as well. So that will just help them as they build this capacity to have their own device. In addition to that, we also are looking to find different ways that we will provide to support our families. This will also be very purposeful. We will provide them with a variety of ongoing resources to educate our parents about the purpose of our one-to-one iPads at the K through 3 level. In addition to that, we'll provide strategies to help parents and their children maximize the purposeful use of the devices for learning throughout our district.
The foundation that's been created over the last 5 years of digital learning has set the stage for the final expansion of the one-to-one program to grades K through 3 in the district. The need for technology access for learning at home has become just as important as access at school. One-to-one access to regularly cycled iPads creates reliable and equitable access to technology. It also facilitates the creation of a learning environment that is consistent, efficiently managed, and cyber secure. Access to up-to-date hardware also allows access to high-quality apps and other online content that facilitates learning, including support for emerging technologies such as AI, AR, and robotics.
So with that, that is the presentation that was prepared, and you heard from our digital learning coaches, our director of elementary teaching and learning, our current one and our future one, and then you also heard from Brandon Cristolni, our IT director. What I did also provide to you in the board packet was a digital learning initiative timeline, and I actually can't believe, I actually had to reread the dates here. I can't believe we started down this path in the spring of 2015, which is now 6 years ago. And what I will say, you know, I did provide some of the detail there, but I will tell you that this, our digital learning initiative has been extremely successful. And to be quite honest with you, I can't imagine what we would be doing right now, given the current circumstances, if we didn't have the devices that we had as a result of this effort. We received unanimous support then. We did not receive any questions from the board as we provided some of this to you last week, and did want to at least get into some of the detail as far as the financial impact. Please know that Kelly has worked diligently to carve out dollars and allocate dollars within her teaching and learning budget. And so we have, this has been included in the preliminary budget. But again, because of the amount of dollars that we were looking at, we are seeking board approval. Essentially, the cost for first through third graders over the course of 3 years are, it's, you know, multiplied by 3 years is an annual hit of $148,000, and that includes devices, apps, and cases in the warranty. We do have devices that are coming off lease from grades 4 through 6 right now that we would provide our kindergarten students the first year, so that would be next year. So there will be no added cost for the upcoming school year. So, and then we also, as they mentioned in there, our elementary staff are already working with iPads, and our students are as well. They utilize the school digital device carts, and by not replenishing those carts, we're actually lessening the annualized expense by $35,000. So the net budget impact for this final phase for next year is $113,000, because again, we're not including the kindergarten devices in there because we're, again, utilizing those coming off lease for a year. And then for concurrent budgets then thereafter would be $162,000, and future years based on current pricing. So given this, and again, given the timeliness of what we are looking for, we do now more than ever believe that we need to get the devices in the hands of our kids, every single one of our kids. Note that right now, we were able to accommodate, again, while we did have kids 4th through 6th grade currently within the digital learning initiative, we were able to get devices in the hands of all of our 3rd graders and our 2nd graders as well to help offer the opportunity for digital learning via this distance learning that we're doing as a result of COVID-19. We have not been able to do much of the digital learning at the kindergarten and 1st grade level. While it would be more difficult to deliver that type of instruction, the instruction certainly would be enhanced if we had devices for all of our students, including those in kindergarten and 1st grade. So with that, we would be recommending approval of the K through 3rd grade 1-to-1 final phase of the digital learning initiative for your approval based on what's been presented.
And before we start discussion, can I have a motion?
Jeffrey Kurth, I move to approve the digital learning initiative.
Kate Unger, I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Ms. Unger. Any discussion?
The only question I have, Joe, is was this a planned phase? I know you said you were going to bring it in July. Was that always the plan, or I know we moved it up because of the COVID-19 stuff, but was it added because of that, or this was kind of always just the last phase and we hadn't gotten there yet?
A little bit of both. So it essentially, this had been on our radar for quite some time, but the recent circumstances certainly heightened our need to do this, not just for the timing of the devices, but because of the uncertainty for next school year and even beyond. So, so that's, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yes, it was on our mind, and it was reinforced once everything kind of went down that we had to bring this to you.
Joe, this is Chrislyn. This question just occurred to me when I was listening to Brandon talk in the presentation. Are the devices that we're getting, the iPads for the K through 3rd graders, are those Wi-Fi enabled devices, or are those devices that use cellular data? Because I just want to make sure that, and I'm sure you guys have already talked about this. It was just a question that occurred to me, because not necessarily every family would have Wi-Fi capabilities at home, I would think. So is that right?
So these are wireless capability, and we are able to provide wireless networking options for families that are not able to provide that for themselves at home. So even right now, there are a very small amount of people that need that support, but certainly that support is always there. This actually is something that I believe that the Education Foundation or the school district will be reaching out to make a push for a drive for donations for families to help with wireless accessibility and or just general technology. So for example, in some cases, students may need to print something. So setting aside dollars for printing. So the foundation and our efforts for fundraising may need to pivot slightly just based on the current circumstances. But again, the point being is they would be wireless enabled, and we provide wireless to families that are able to access it at their home.
Thank you for that. I didn't even think about the printing issue for families who don't have a printer at home. That wasn't even something that had crossed my mind. So I'm glad that you guys sound like you're on top of it, and that everybody who has a digital device from the district can effectively use it without a problem from what you're saying. So that's good.
Joe, have we gotten a lot of feedback from families during this time that they don't have a device to use at home while going through this?
A lot of what, so when you say a lot, I wouldn't say a lot, but the circumstances are changing. So for example, a parent who is working from home right now or has been laid off is able to allow their children to use their respective devices. So for example, a laptop, a phone, an iPad, whatever. As things evolve and as people start going back to work, I'm not sure that that will continue to be the case. And so I believe we're going to start seeing an uptick in the need for this. And again, at the same time, like right now, we're not offering anything digitally, or I shouldn't say anything. There are digital resources that we're providing our families, but there's no real digital instruction being provided because we just can't deliver that necessarily.
Okay. I have a little bit of heartburn with going all the way down to kindergarten. I know that every year we kind of creep further or younger and younger on getting this technology in their hands, and I just have a little bit of concern of when we do get back to the classroom, kindergartners spending 4 or 6 hours on a tablet in the classroom as opposed to getting the true instruction from the teacher is my only concern.
Yeah, and I trust our digital learning team and our staff to follow the research, do the research to maximize the devices, yet at the same time, not necessarily limiting our direct instruction without a device as well.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, can we call the roll?
Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schultz,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Yes.
Motion passes. This moves us on to item D to discuss approved math resource recommendations.
So at the time that we published this administrative content, Amy and Susan made me out to be a liar because they actually did come in and review the resources and they had questions. We actually did have Kelly Kwiatkowski here, Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning, as well as Royce Lindner, Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning here when they were here. I guess I'd like to have them provide either their feedback or either, ask the questions that they had asked here so that, we can share that discussion and conversation with you. So I guess I'd like to hand it back over to Amy and Susan quick before we kind of get into further discussion if we could.
Yeah, so to clarify, it was actually Ms. Schultz that also attended. I don't know if Susan, Ms. Manley, if you did as well, but Ms. Schultz and I did go and review the math resource recommendations, and did have a couple questions that Mr. Linder and Kelly Kwiatkowski were able to answer. So, really wanted to look at the robustness of the program and how it prepared students for, the next level of their math. A couple of the questions we had regarding acceleration. I don't know if they're on or not. I can repeat what the answer was. But just making sure that if a student is able to accelerate in math, that we're still providing them the pathway to do so. And then there were some questions regarding the transition from this math curriculum into our high school curriculum, which is CPM, and how that transition would be made. And Janet, what were some of the other questions we had?
We had asked a bit about like how Common Core fit into it and how this differs compared to what we're currently using. We went over the exact reasons why we have to have new curriculum now, being that the other curriculum is the subscription's expiring. Some other curriculum that had been considered and why this one was chosen over those other ones that were looked at.
So is Mr. Linder or Ms. Kiyakowski on, or should we just go over what their answers were?
I think we're both on. I know
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah.
But yeah, what you reported was definitely the gist of the conversation that we had that day at District Office. So, but I'd be happy to address any questions that kind of came up from that you'd like to pose.
So specifically, I think one of my concerns or questions was regarding the advanced pathways for our students and how where those will start and how we will continue to provide that opportunity to our students.
Absolutely. So you're starting at the elementary level, and then I'll let Kelly kind of talk about it at the next level. We fortunately won't have any changes in our current compacted programming opportunities for kids. So as we move out of third grade, there will still be students that will be eligible for a 4-5 compacted work. And then coming in from there, they'll also have the opportunity to move into a 6-7-8 program as well. We'll still have that available for that 6-7-8 program available for incoming sixth graders as well. So Kelly, do you want to actually with the ALEKS program, we currently use ALEKS right now for our students that are eligible for that 4-5 compacted program. So that ALEKS piece will actually even be more readily available for students who don't necessarily meet the criteria for that, or for parents that might not be ready for that level of compacted work, that level of acceleration. ALEKS will still be a great resource for us to be able to support not just students who qualify for that, but really all students. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kelly, and she can kind of talk about that next level of compacted and accelerated work.
Hi. We still will offer the Math 7B8 class in middle school that we currently offer for students who are ready to compact 7th grade and 8th grade math. Additionally, we'll still offer the summer advanced math courses, which have become increasingly popular. I think geometry, we have 34 students enrolled this summer, and algebra and algebra 2. And we also allow students to double up in the high school level if they want to take like algebra 1 and geometry at the same time, or geometry and algebra 2. I think that's what I love about the school district of New Berlin, is there are a lot of on-ramps to be able to accelerate or compact or speed up your math progression if you know you want to go to an advanced level math course your junior or senior year, or even off campus with early college programming. That's something that we heard loud and clear from our parent focus groups, that they wanted to maintain and that they valued. So that's something that we kept in mind. We specifically chose the Reveal resource at the middle school level because there's a specific advanced text for students who are in 7B8 that they'll be using that compacts the two levels for us, decreasing some of the teacher time in curriculum making and resource adjustment.
And then, as to Ms. Schultz's question as well, why now? Like, why are we making this decision at this point?
Absolutely. So I think it's been almost 7 years since the school district of New Berlin selected Envision, which is a Pearson product, as well as Big Ideas at the middle school and CPM at the high school. Most often, textbook companies, when you purchase a textbook and you purchase it with the online resources and parent resources, they give you anywhere between a 6 to 8 year renewal process for codes, and then you have to re-up. So you have to either pay to get the resources to continue, and sometimes they can't anymore if they're out of print or they no longer offer that online subscription. That's the case with our trig book. We don't have online codes anymore. So you're almost forced to go through that curriculum cycle process, which in school districts like ours, it's often a 7-year process.
So before I open up, I think that was a great overview. Before I open up to discussion, can I have a motion, and then we can ask further questions after that.
Mr. Jeffrey Kurth, I move to approve the math resources recommendations.
Elmer, second.
All right, and we'll open. So I have a motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Mr. Helmer, and we can open it up to the full board for discussion. And say what I really liked about the program was the online resources that came with it. Having a student that went through a summer math curriculum, the ALEX is an online program that allows students to really work at their pace and learn the math skills that they need to learn. And so having it as a and I think we were paying per seat before, where this curriculum will come, well, the cost includes the ALEX program, which helps for students that are advanced and also for students that need a little extra time on a topic. So I think having access to that resource is a great additional benefit to selecting this curriculum. Any other questions?
I have a comment and a question. So just a comment. I mean, I think this sounds great, and thank you, Amy and Janet, for going, and seeing it and asking additional questions. Obviously, that's especially helpful information to hear. My question is regarding the cost and the budget. So was this something we'd already budgeted for, or where are we paying for this from?
Yes, this was already pre-planned. So similarly, based off of what we had mentioned with the iPad devices that we had mentioned, Kelly prepares future budgets based on need and these cycles. So for example, we decided to take a two-year approach to our science realignment rather than one, so we could actually save up the funds and to also better prepare our staff for the changes. Similarly here, we've anticipated this need, and it's budgeted and included in this year's budget.
I want to share one of the things that I learned when I was reviewing the curriculum was that this group of curriculum that we're looking at right now, if any updates are made during the time that we have this subscription to the curriculum, that it's all included. There's not like additional charges in order to get the updates, which is different than what we currently have. So that's something nice that is included with this new curriculum.
I think the final question that I would like Kelly or Royce to talk about is, do you have like a plan for to prepare the teaching staff to implement this curriculum? And I guess it's really just K through 8 because high school curriculum will remain the same.
Yeah, so we are actually working on that right now. Pending approval, we actually have a PD schedule ready to be put in place where we'll actually be working directly with the McGraw-Hill reps to kind of help us understand how we can leverage both synchronous and asynchronous professional development for our teachers to help us get ready for fall and then and beyond throughout the year. And
I said one final question before, but I'm going to say one final question that can.
That's right.
I think another important part of curriculum changes. I mean, as a parent, we're used to the same curriculum year after year, especially if you have multiple kids. You've gone through it before, you really know what to expect. Second grade, third grade, it kind of flows the same. Is how are we preparing the communication to the families regarding this? Will this be something that will be rolled out prior to like curriculum night in the fall, or what does that communication plan look like for families?
That's a good question. I think something like when you think through how we're going to do professional development for teachers right now, under our circumstances, we have to think about different modules and what are the opportunities that we have where everybody can kind of access at their own pace, at their own time. So for teachers, some of our training will include what is the teacher experience and interface look like? What is the student? What are ways that we can differentiate and assess students? What are some extensions? What are some homework differentiations? So these are all different modules that they'll go through and learn about. Just like we would for teachers, we're going to have to do something similar for parents. And how do I access my student's account? What does math instruction now look like at the elementary level? High school, not much different because it's going to be the same resource, but definitely K-8, it's going to be different. We can do a virtual module for parents as well.
Yeah, that would be great. I think we can do to help parents kind of ease that transition. Like I said, if you're used to one student going through, first, second, third grade math with one resource, and now you have another child that's going through it with a different resource, being prepared for that and knowing how to best support your child is great to be kind of proactive in that approach. Any other discussion? Hearing none, so I have a motion by Mr. Chris, second by Mr. Hallmark. Can we take the roll, please?
Mr. Kirk?
Yes.
Mr. Helmer?
Yes.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Ms. Manley?
Yes.
Ms. Schulz?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck?
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is item E, to discuss approved deletion of policy 3326, paying for goods and services. And I'll just have Ms. Wondercheck, can you introduce this for us?
Sure. We talked about this actually at the last meeting. We passed a new purchasing policy, which is policy 6320. In passing the purchasing policy of 6320, the policy 3326 was redundant. And so the committee determined that it was in our best interest as a district to eliminate it so that we did not have superfluous regulations.
Do you want to bring forth a motion?
Yes, I move we delete policy 3326 in light of the subject matter now being covered by policy 6320, purchasing policy.
Rich Helmer, second.
And I did actually learn from Ms. Wondercheck that according to Robert's Rules of Orders, that if a motion is brought forth from a committee that's already voted on it, we only do need one motion, but I appreciate the second. So any discussion? Hearing none, can you call the roll?
Ms. Wondercheck?
Yes.
Mr. Helmer?
Yes.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Ms. Manley?
Yes.
Ms. Schulz?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
Yes.
Motion passes. That brings us to item F, which is the committee's update. And we are going to be doing this on a monthly basis. So each committee will be able to provide an update once a quarter. So we're going to start with the Personnel Committee.
All right. So we have only had one meeting this quarter so far, so I don't have a whole lot to share. We've been working on establishing our regular meeting cadence. So we're going to be meeting hopefully the third Monday of every other month. So at our last meeting in April, we were reviewing the benefit changes that we just talked about and approved tonight and had covered last meeting. Our next committee meeting will be Monday, June 15th at 4 p.m. The agenda is not completely set, but at this point, right now, we're planning to discuss some additional benefit changes as well as setting some goals for the committee for this year. And then in future, we will likely be reviewing some personnel-related policies, discussing staff survey results, and then covering whatever other personnel matters come up throughout the year.
Thank you very much for the update. That brings us to item G, to discuss approved transportation adjustments for 2020-2021.
Yeah, so just as a point of clarification, we actually determined that we would not be seeking approval tonight. Originally, we did want to be able to do that, but we want to be able to have the opportunity to go back to work should the board allow us to continue to move forward with at least continuing this conversation. But I would ask that we please put the presentation online if we could. While we're waiting for that to come up, if we could go to the second slide right away when it is pulled up, that would be great. We had brought this discussion with the board up at the previous board meeting. While there was some concern based on the high-level conversation, we certainly could appreciate what was on the top of mind by some of the board members in their initial response. As mentioned to you, we wanted to bring back some more details to you to share with you how it could look as we look to make any possible adjustments for next school year. So let's just start with why are we bringing this to you now? Well, the board has asked us to continue to bring forth cost-saving measures that do not have a negative impact on the classroom or academics. And so while sometimes we're looking to spend money within the budgets that we already have, we're also continuing to look at finding efficiencies on the other side of it. And so, managing our expenditures. I know that we headed into the foray of talking about transportation as early as last school year. I know Mitch had expressed a lot of interest in making adjustments to transportation. We were able to make some adjustments last school year by reducing 2 buses to the tune of approximately, by reducing a bus, it actually is about $40,000 per bus. So we were able to save about $80,000 in the current year by making some changes. So this would then get us to the next level of where we could see expenses go down in transportation. Next slide, please. Right now, we currently offer, and when the slide comes up, you'll be able to see that we offer what's considered a 2-tiered system. And what I mean by 2 tiers is that there's 2 tiers of pickup and drop-off. And so as of right now, our secondary tiers, they start at 7:30 a.m. and then we pick them up and they depart at 3 p.m. And then at the elementary, they're dropped off at 8:35 a.m. and then their end time is at 3:35 p.m. I want to note a couple things here. Up until about, and again, don't quote me on this either, I'm thinking it was 7 or 8 years ago, we actually did have a 3-tiered system, and I'll get to that in a second. And actually, we are at the next slide, which is perfect. And so what this would mean, and let me tell you about 3-tiered system. It is our best friend as it relates to being more efficient and maximizing costs is going to a 3-tiered system. I could get into all the detail of how that all works, but I'm going to spare you of that at this time. But just know that going from 2 tiers versus a 3rd tier essentially is a more efficient way to do it. So if we were to currently take our current start and end times, or at least the current length of school days, this is what I had brought to you at the previous meeting. The secondary would start at the same time, and they would need to end at 3 p.m., just like they currently do. We would then have Elmwood and Orchard Lane. They would start like they normally do and end like they normally do. This last part is what gave the most, as Mitch calls it, heartburn to some of the board members when we discussed this previously, and that was that Poplar Creek and Ronald Reagan would be starting as late as 9:10 a.m. and ending at 4:10 p.m. I want to mention a couple things as it relates to the end of the day. Please note that right now, because we have a two-tiered system, we have to maximize the amount of buses that are coming off of the secondary routes to be going to the elementary routes. Believe it or not, there are actually some buses that don't leave the school building until about 3:55 or even 4 o'clock in some cases. While we don't necessarily like to see that happen, weather impacts that. And so again, because you only have that two-tiered system, so my point being is that we actually do have kids being picked up later, or being picked up at the school later than, when I say 3:35, it's actually a little bit later than that. But what I want to mention, so noting that the heartburn of the board was that end time, I guess what we'd like to know is, and let me get there in a second here. Let me just go to the next few slides, and then I'll kind of get back to the biggest question we need for tonight before we end the meeting. If we were to move from a two-tiered system to a three-tiered system, we know right now that could eliminate 8 buses. And if you take the $40,000 by bus, and you take that times 8 buses, that's $320,000 in the first year. Now we have 4 years left on the current contract with Durham, and because there are increases in our agreement with them, again, if we could get to that next slide, please. We could actually forecast a savings just by moving to a two-tiered system over the course of the next 4 years, a savings of $1.55 million. Now, we continue to bring this to you because this is a pretty significant budgetary impact by making what we think could be minor adjustments, or in some cases, some adjustments to how we currently operate. Even further, if we can go to the next slide, what I was tasked to do was, well, first of all, there's pros and cons, and I have those listed here, and these are the things that were brought up at the previous board meeting. But if we could get to the other cost-saving option that I mentioned at the last meeting, and that was that, if we went to neighborhood stops, we could also save some dollars. Unfortunately, that allocation, that savings, we've already kind of, for the most part, already absorbed those savings when we went to the nearest corner stop. So again, up until about 7-8 years ago, while we went to a two-tiered system, we were able to save some dollars by not picking up door to door, but rather pick up at the nearest corner for our students. Well, if we went to doing some neighborhood stops, which would mean that our students would actually have to walk possibly further than their nearest corner, obviously within reason. We're not going to be asking them to walk 3 miles to their nearest stop or anything like that. But so essentially we think we could eliminate at least 1 bus and possibly 2 buses. And again, I don't hold me to that second bus quite yet, just because we won't really know this until we actually run the pickup, the routing through the routing software. So again, the point being is that if you did the 3-tiered system, you could see a substantial amount of savings. But then there's also neighborhood stop changes, and you could see some savings there. Now, if you could combine both, now you're talking savings anywhere upward of what could be $360,000 to $400,000 and then some, again, based on the annual percent increases. So, you're looking at almost, I'm not going to do the math here for you, but, you're getting up to $1.5 $1.75 million-ish in savings. Again, I have prepared the pros and cons as to moving in this direction. The question I'm going to pose to the board at this point is if 4:10 is too late and 3:35 is our current time, what would work for you? You know, would 4 o'clock be? Obviously, our goal is 3:35. I can't deliver this if it's 3:35 because there's no way that we can cut that much time or adjust the schedules that much at the secondary and the elementary schools, and I would not recommend that. But if all things being said and equal, would 4 o'clock work? Would 3:55 work? Would 3:50 work? Or if we're stuck at 3:35, then essentially this first option of going to a 3-tiered system is not a possibility. Obviously, the closer to the 4:10 would be what would work best, you know, in this scenario. But again, I do understand that was a concern that the board had. But again, that's why we're coming back and asking what time could work. And so rather than getting in all the detail of how it's going to look, or tell us if there's even an option for the board that to allow us to go back. Otherwise, our work here is done. And then maybe we would consider doing the second cost-saving option, which is the neighborhood stops. This has not been included in next year's budget. So, you know, you did receive the preliminary budget. Any potential savings was not included because we hadn't, you know, gotten any direction from the board on this. So again, Amy, I'm not sure how you want to move forward with this discussion, but really what we need to know is what could work, what is that last drop-off time, or that last pickup time at the end of day, feasible for the board that would allow us to go back to work, and if not, then we're done. So I guess that you know, that ends my presentation. So at this point, we're just seeking direction.
Joe, you had mentioned, you know, how in the past we did have a 3-tiered system. And
yes.
Can you share what those times were at that point? Because that had at one point been acceptable in the community.
Yeah, so our secondary schools started at 7:20 and went until, I think it was 2:20. The elementary schools, or no, I'm sorry. So one of the high schools did that, and then the other high school started later. And I don't remember exactly what that later time was. Because we're in a different spot now with the curricular alignment and the course alignment and the course schedule that we have between Ike and West, there's no way that I would recommend any changes to the schedule for the secondaries. Plus, it puts a lot of pressure on the end of day for WIAA events. So the further you push out the end of day, the more times kids are leaving for extracurriculars and missing that last hour of class. But then, back to your point though, Susan, our elementary kids started school at 9 o'clock. Royce, if you're still on the call, do you remember what time you guys departed? Was it 3:45?
For end of day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 3:45. Like we were rolling. We were rolling most buses, but there's always buses that lag behind.
Right. But so again, I think it was 3:45, Susan, is the point.
Okay. So, you know, given the amount of money that's involved here, and we're trying to avoid any cuts in the classroom, you know, I definitely support vetting this further. And
I would agree with that. This is like the third proposal he's brought with ways to save us money, and nothing as of yet that's this big. We did have a 3-tier system before, so the one that says for discussion purposes only, to me has a little bit more is a little more equitable as far as getting home a little bit later. That extra 15 minutes from ending at 3:55 as opposed to 4:10. I'm leaning toward that direction, but this is something we seriously need to to consider.
So I think, Joe, you were right. We were concerned with the end time. I'm also concerned about the start time. I think having school start at 9:10 is very late for parents who need to get to a typical 9 to 5 job. I will agree with Jeff that the second version of this is a little more palatable, although I'd like to hear your thoughts on what the extra 15 minutes of the day would be spent on. At this point, given the uncertainty of next school year, with whether we're going to be in buildings at all in the fall, I feel like maybe we just go with the second neighborhood staff's proposal and continue to evaluate, perhaps survey parents. I mean, I think it's a little different than the previous three-tiered system, just because with the later end of the day at different elementary schools, that does have an impact on opportunities that those kids then have outside of the schools with sports and other evening activities that are happening. If you're not getting home from school until after 5 o'clock, you may not be able to do some things that others are able to do.
So a couple of things on that. As far as sports go, people are going to want your money. And so if the majority of their kids aren't ending the school day or they've got a clientele, again, it's not just about the money, but if they want to maximize their potential, they're going to make the adjustment and possibly start things a little bit later. Certainly, I don't disagree with the comment that you just made, Kate, but I do think there will be some potential for these outside agencies, whoever they may be, if it's the New Berlin Pumas baseball team or obviously if it's the Ike Feeder volleyball teams, they're going to wait until their people, their kids, whoever's coming, to accommodate to their needs. I would like to ask maybe Royce to talk about, some of the things, or Kelly Sanders. We've talked about this briefly. Again, we haven't spent a lot of time on it because we didn't feel the love, I guess, per se, from the board at the last meeting. So we didn't want to spend a lot of time on this, but some of the things that we could do is maybe add some time to lunch, add some time to the specials classes like PE, art, music, and library time. Royce, could you please chime in?
Second recess?
Yeah, absolutely. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, I just said
Yeah,
second
absolutely.
recess perhaps as an option for that 15.
Well, I think we would, having extra minutes in the day that can really be productive would be fantastic, and we would have a variety of things we could do with that. Right now we often see our elementary students sometimes sitting and waiting for buses, and that becomes almost wasted minutes. So we could repurpose that, have a later end time where we know that we can actually engage in more instructional opportunities. That would be fantastic. We can do anything from adding more opportunities for discourse with our math programming, through number talks, as Joe mentioned. If we need to do something like in the cafeteria for lunch, I remember very vividly the conversations that I would have with students and families about just the amount of time students had to eat prior to going outside for recess. So we want to make sure that our students would have an opportunity to really take advantage of those minutes. And I would really look forward to an opportunity to working with people to figure out a plan for that.
So Joe, related to that, isn't our current school day already longer than other districts? And would this, an additional extension, have an impact on teachers and whether they want to come work at our district?
That's quite possible, but there's also, one could also argue that there's been an inequity in our school days from our 7th through 12th grade teachers that are here for 7.5 hours versus those at the elementary that are there for 7 hours. And again, these are just for discussion purposes. So I only put this together just to again say there are things. A point being is that we can do things to extend the day or reduce the day if that's something that the board's interested in. We did let staff know via our internal staff connection communication that we are looking at, possibly that the board is having this discussion and that this could impact the length of school day. You know, it may not mean that people are actually working more with kids. It may actually just give them more prep time within the school day. So again, we certainly wouldn't take that lightly, and we would communicate that out effectively, and we'd seek feedback on how we would utilize that time. But there's different ways to look at it too, and again, we would, when you're talking this kind of money, sometimes you have to do things a little differently to make the adjustment.
Hey, Joe, I'm sorry you didn't feel the love at the last meeting. You should always feel love from the board.
Well, thank you, Mitch.
But I'd like to comment on this a little bit too, since I've been pushing pretty hard for this, and I really appreciate you taking the time for digging into this. And I think as long as kids are in school for 7 hours and people are working 8 to 10 hour days, I don't think there's a convenient start and stop time. I think no matter what the time is today or what the time will be in the future, it's going to cause problems for families to get their kids to school or from school. But I think with this, we have the option that if a start time doesn't work or you need your kids longer, they can ride the bus, or if 4:10 or if getting home at 5 o'clock doesn't work, you can always pick your kid up from school at 4:10 if they have baseball 1 day a week. So, I mean, there are options here other than that bus if it's 1 day a week for sports or whatever they have. But I do agree with the consensus so far. I think that's the discussion purpose only one is a little bit better option. And I don't know if it's a possibility, but if we could start the secondary school a little bit earlier, to maybe squeeze some of that too. But I'm pretty flexible on what those times work, because as I said, I don't think there's a convenient time for parents. So with this much money on the table, I think that this is a really good opportunity for us to put more money into the classroom and take 8 buses off the road.
Joe, this is Chrislyn. I guess I'm struggling a little bit because there are a few issues. The thought occurred to me that, yes, this is definitely an opportunity to save some money, but there are always opportunities to save money, but the question is, how palatable is it to everybody? And just because we can do it does not mean that we should, I don't think. I mean, we could save a lot of money by putting 35 kids in a classroom. That would save us money. But I think that would compromise our overall educational product. And I think that this proposed new scheme of a three-tiered system, I think really compromises the quality of life for our families. I mean, I know that at the last meeting, I brought up the notion that this augmented elementary school day, I mean, in this scenario, just for Poplar Creek and Ronald Reagan, which seems, a little arbitrary that Elmwood and Orchard Lane are, sitting in a little earlier position. But that being the case, it doesn't seem, I just can't, it impacts these extracurricular activities for sure, but it also impacts families like mine, where our son has therapy 4 days after school. And if he has therapy 4 of the 5 days after school, then this change in the time it limits the window. It limits the family availability window. It limits the extracurricular window. It limits the therapy window. It limits all of those windows. And really, I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve. Again, we can save money in a lot of different ways, but the question becomes, should we do it that way when it has all of these unintended consequences? And I do think it's important to remember what Kate brought up too, which is, are teachers going to want to come here again if we already have the longest school day around, and now we're going to say we're going to push it a little bit more? So is that really what we want to do to our staff when they're living in an environment right now where they've been called to do a lot of things that they never anticipated they were going to have to do? And now we're going to say, and we're going to ask more of you. And not just ask, but tell you that now your school day is going to get even longer than all of your other peers in other districts. I just don't know if we should be doing that.
Chrislyn, on the three-tiered system, the times are the exact same as what they are now in terms of length of the school day. And if we go to that longer school day, it probably, as Joe pointed out, it wouldn't be more contact with kids with the teachers. It could be spread out more in the specials or in in recess or lunch. So, I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily impact them, and it's just 15 more minutes or whatever it is that teachers can have for prep time. And I mean, we have to look at this. We're one of the only school districts that has a two-tiered busing system, and because of that, we pay more for busing than our neighbors. Muskego, Brookfield, Milwaukee's doing it. I mean, we're going to be the last school district with a two-tier system. And you mentioned raising class sizes. That's a direct impact in the classroom. This does not have a direct impact in the classroom.
It is and it isn't. I mean, if kids are there 15 minutes longer, even if they're doing something more recreational during that time, that's going to impact on the classroom. It's indirect impact on the classroom, but it's still directly impacting the students, the teachers, and the families. Even if the teachers don't have to, quote unquote, teach during those 15 minutes, they're still required to be in the building for that time, and that, you know, is making their work-life balance and their commute time and whatever else they have going on before and after school more difficult.
So if we shrunk the elementary school times right now to get them back in line with the other school districts, we'd be causing a change to the entire district. We'd be putting strain on families. We'd be changing their time. They wouldn't be able to get to work because that day would be shorter. I mean, no matter what we do, it's going to be a change. We can't have the best of all worlds. We can't have a long school day where kids have more opportunity to learn, but it's a short school day so that they're not burned out.
Yeah, I'm looking at this option here for discussion purposes only. And when you look at it, the biggest change, I mean, the change really is that the latest class ends was 3:55 compared to 3:35 now. And that just doesn't seem like a huge, it's a 20 minutes later difference. So to me, that doesn't seem that significant of a change for the amount of money we could possibly save.
Yeah, it's also the duration of the day is 15 minutes longer. So I think that's what we're talking about in addition to the time.
So Kate, if it's 10 minutes longer, do you support the proposal?
I think given the uncertainty of whether or not we're even returning to school in September, this is premature.
Well, this is also a discussion for what's going to happen not this coming year, but the following year. We have to start putting these things on the table and discuss them. Well, I mean, we went to a referendum. They said no. So we've been literally arguing and talking and finding every single dime that we can have. This same meeting we were talking about, how come we don't have any money to put into any sort of facilities because we don't have any? And then it was discussed, well, what can we find it in the budget, which means there still isn't any money. Joe has to figure out a way to take it from someplace else. The money doesn't exist. The thing is this gives us an opportunity to save $1.5 million. It's a lot of money that we're putting on the table that we can use for something else that's really not affecting the classroom. It's not affecting the teachers, the curriculum, everything else. It's a little bit of extra time, but the problem is when we have these discussions, there has to be a change. There's going to be an inconvenience. There's nothing that we can do about that. The problem is we're a financially strapped district. We have to make cuts somewhere. And this is the third, maybe the fourth time that Joe's brought something, but this was the biggest, most significant thing that doesn't impact the classroom. Well, if it does, it's mild. It's not about teachers or losing aides or anything else. It's money that we could save by making an adjustment. And we have done a 3-tiered system before. We were at 3-tiered before. We're now at a 2-tier. Making the adjustment is just making an adjustment. It's something that's got to be done.
Hey, Joe, has there been consideration given to eliminating that extra 15 minutes from the 3-tier system for discussion purposes only section, that second section? So just eliminating that additional 15 minutes, can this still fly? And what that would look like would be Elmwood and Orchard Lane, 8:05 to 3:05, and Poplar Creek and Ronald Reagan from 8:40 to 3:40. I mean, could we just because those extra 15 minutes, I know, Janet, you said that doesn't seem like a lot, but I can tell you, you know, in our own family situation, our son has to do a 2-hour block of therapy after school 4 days a week. The 2-hour block of therapy starts at 4 o'clock. We won't make that. You know, if we don't have, and you know, if we don't have that if you take away that 15 minutes, why are we adding 15 minutes anyway? That's what I'm not clear on.
Because Eisenhower is allowed to get out at 2:45, and if that was 3:05, that gives them 20 minutes to drop every kid off, load every kid, drop every kid off, and then get a bus to Elmwood or Orchard Lane.
Hey, Mitch, can you repeat that a little bit louder because I couldn't quite get all of that.
Sorry. The secondary schools get let out in that scenario at 2:45, and if you want them to be at Orchard Lane or Elmwood at 3:05, that means they have 20 minutes to load up every kid, drop them off, and then get to the next school. It's not feasible. I mean, you look at the time. Okay. There's a reason why there's 25 minutes or 40 minutes gap.
Okay, but isn't there some room for negotiation between we're going to take 8 buses off the road with this kind of nuclear plan, and we can take 4 buses off the road if we do something in between that's a little more reasonable while keeping the same amount of hours? Do you see what I'm saying? Isn't there something in between?
I think Joe's saying there is. Joe's looking for guidance and saying, what is palatable to you guys? What do you want? I think he's looking for, what are the big no's, absolutely not, and what are the yes, we're willing to live with?
Yeah, I would say all schools need to start before 9 a.m. No school should end after 4 p.m. I mean, if you're looking for like definitives to work within, and ideally, we don't increase the day for anyone by more than 5 minutes. I don't know.
One other caveat I would add to that is that I know the start time for the secondary is super early for most kids, that I would never suggest going any earlier than 7:30, because I know that's a major sticking point for most families, because most people think starting at 7:30 is still too early at this point. So 7:30 is the earliest I'm going to talk about for secondary.
Yeah, Jeff, we would not recommend any earlier start than what we currently have, just based on the research that's out there. We would need to leave it at 7:30.
Good.
Joe, I'd like you to know I started high school at 7:20.
Well, look how you turned out. I see what happened. All that last block back of sleep, you know.
I set myself up. I expected. I should have expected.
So, Joe, I know some of the other administrators weighed in that they saw benefit of this. Is that kind of the overall theme from the administration? Is this something that has some positives, or is there more negatives attached to it from the school perspective?
Well, from our perspective, I mean, if you're telling me there's an opportunity to make a reduction, this is one of the ones that would be probably at the top of our list because of the again, and I'm not trying to play it lightly, that there are no unintended consequences. Certainly, that's why we laid out the pros and cons. But if you're telling me to start cutting teaching staff, or again, trying to find these non-instructional dollars gets real difficult just because there's not a lot of room everywhere. This would be one of those where you could, be more efficient as a system. And I find it interesting because I remember when we went from the 9 o'clock start time to the 8:35, and parents were up in arms because we were starting earlier. Yeah. So I wish I had those parents to rely on now to encourage us to start this 9 o'clock, because I had a lot of people I think if they knew where I lived, I'd have the pitchforks and everything out, kind of out in front of my house. So, but again, yes,
change is always difficult.
We would be bringing this to you and continue to bring this to you if we didn't see the opportunity that presents itself here.
Joe, I think that, I know you said you don't want to start any earlier at the secondary, but I mean, it sounds like from Mitch's experience that we had an earlier start previously. So if we did a 7:20 start, got the secondary off the buses at what? Like the buses, the end day for the secondary would be 2:35, and then we could do the 8:05 to 3:05 and 8:40 to 3:40, couldn't we? Wouldn't that work?
Not that simply, no.
35 minutes for have to be in between. You were only
Correct.
So you need 35 minutes in between each shift.
At the end of the day.
At the end of the day. But you don't need that much at the start of the day.
Because the start of the day doesn't necessarily impact this. It's the end of the day that impacts everything.
Well, no, it's the start of the day too. You still need the 35 minutes between each school.
Or more.
Yeah, in some case,
Right.
but we also have private schools that are intermixed here as well.
Oh,
that,
yeah. So I guess I'll weigh in with mine, Joe. I'm okay with moving the secondary up a little bit. I mean, obviously, I don't want a big change there, but I don't have a set start time and a set end time. I think no matter what, I think the current system works for 50% of people, and the current end time doesn't work for the other 50%, and vice versa. I think no matter what it is, people are going to, it's just going to shift who it works for and who it doesn't work for. So I'm open to whatever your next suggestion is, but I tend to lean towards that lower one. I think that's probably the better option.
I did want to also just clarify that we didn't arbitrarily select Poplar Creek and Reagan or Elmwood and Orchard Lane. We actually selected it based on the length of routes that occur at Elmwood and Orchard Lane, because the routes at Reagan and Poplar Creek are just that much longer. So in order for us to try and get those buses there, you have to have Elmwood and Orchard Lane because they've got, the more density as far as where students are, as opposed to trying to get those buses out to the Poplar Creek and Reagan and heading out as far west and north and south as they go. To try and get those back to Elmwood and Orchard Lane would not be feasible. So I just wanted to clarify that point as well.
Was there
All right.
Wait, I have one more question, sorry.
Yeah.
Was there any consideration given to, I mean, thank you for explaining that, because that actually was going to be my next question, but was there any consideration given to the potential impact to parent pickup with the later end time, and which schools have a better pickup? I know the Reagan pickup is pretty horrible because of the not having the second exit point. And if people are going to then potentially come pick up their kids more than letting them ride the bus from home, any concerns on that?
We would certainly look at that. The nice part about it is both Royce and Brady have been at Reagan, and they've been involved in the dialogue. So if that's, even though we have new administration coming in there, I would certainly, rely on them to see what we could do to make things better, at least at Reagan at this time. Well, thanks for pointing that out, Kate. I appreciate that.
I think the takeaway is we're open to it. Probably just need to look at more options.
Yeah, and
so
I would agree with Kate as far as the start and end times. No later than 9 in the morning and no later than 4 in the afternoon. I'm comfortable with times that are in those guidelines.
I think the one thing real quick that we probably should touch on that we didn't is the last part of the neighborhood stops. I don't think we got consumed by everything else. I think we only touched on that. Is anyone in support or against that?
Wait, Mitch. Hey, Mitch, just 1 second. Back to the 3-tier system. I would be concerned about the teachers who are impacted at having to stay at school much later. I think that you're going to have some blowback from that, and I don't think it's fair to them. I don't think it's fair to their families. I really just don't. I mean, it is all these families that are impacted in the schools, plus it's all of the teachers that are already believing that we have a schedule and they have a schedule with their kids and with their families. And I think it's going to be a problem.
Right now, what is it, a 7-hour and 20-minute workday then?
It's a 7-hour day with students. And when you say work day, that varies by the day. We treat them as professionals. And so, some days they may need to stay later for certain meetings. Other days, as soon as the kids leave, they can leave right then thereafter. And so, again, I certainly can appreciate, President's comments too.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant 7 hours and 20 minutes from bell to bell. That's the time frame. And then, is there something we could do, Joe, with this, with maybe eliminating morning or afternoon meetings to try to help get the teachers out of there early, or have them come in a little bit later than they normally do? I know that's one of the things we get on some of the feedback. Some of the exit interviews.
A lot of it is mainly for spec ed staff, so that's something that we'll continue to work on. But, based on the initial feedback I got from Royce and Brady is that, our buses are already there. Our teachers are already staying later, kind of like Royce pointed out, because some of these buses aren't able to get there. So they're actually already staying as late as what we've proposed here. And some of that pressure could be reduced if we didn't put the pressure on just the 2 tiers per se.
I feel like they're still going to be late. It's just going to be even later.
So, Joe, I have a question. Has any of this been discussed with any of the teachers about their feelings about it at all, or is that not where we're going here?
Well, I didn't want to have any conversations with anybody until I got some sort of direction from the board.
So I guess my question is, would that impact anybody on the board's position if a lot of teachers said, most teachers that I know do not leave their buildings until at least 4 o'clock already. So if kids are going to be there until almost 4 o'clock or until 4 o'clock, they're not going to leave until sometime even later after that. So I guess I am not wild about our already not amazing retention getting worse because teachers don't like it that A, they weren't consulted, and B, that now we're just going to assume that they're fine with having a later school day. I'm concerned about that.
I don't know if that's
I
what
guess I'd ask,
I think
us to be
they're
cautious
asking
about
us.
using the word non-amazing retention, because the retention has actually decreased over the course of the last several years and it continues to do so. So I just, I wouldn't just toss that out there lightly, because we've made significant efforts in that and we've done quite well.
Joe, I agree with you. I think that, and I think what you meant to say was our retention has improved, not increased, right? So even if our retention has increased, and that's positive, but I don't want to take a step backward either. I really don't. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to ensure that we get their input and that we as a board consider it in a meaningful way, because I don't think we've done that yet.
So Joe, do you have enough direction to move forward, or do we need to clarify anything else?
No, so right now, I'm going forward with the assumption that we wouldn't start at any of the elementary schools after 9 or end after 4. I did hear some commentary about possibly starting the secondary schools earlier if we had to. We'll certainly take a look at that. That would not be our recommendation right now. But if it meant, if we're talking 5 minutes, I hate to use this pun, but at the end of the day, would it matter? Right now, my gut's telling me that we shouldn't be doing that, but now I have the direction to at least go back, really take a more in-depth look into this, talk to our team, and putting, pen to paper a little bit more deeply here, and, have some conversations now that this is a possibility to bring back to you, that it's critical. The other piece that I would ask is if there are more questions at the next meeting, so if the board doesn't feel comfortable with whatever it is that we bring at the next meeting, based on, the parameters that have been set, I would ask that a special meeting be scheduled shortly thereafter. And so maybe I would be asking Diana to do a doodle poll on what dates after next Monday might work, because we need to start putting together our routes for next year. And that needs to happen in early June for us to at least be able to put anything together to make this work. I'm also, the other piece that I wanted to mention was, and Mitch was going there, is that I did not hear any pushback on the neighborhood stops. So we'll continue to leave that as an option. In my opinion, if the board was looking to make substantive changes to the degree that we would if we went to a 3-tiered system, I would encourage going ahead and doing the neighborhood stops as well, so that, if we're going to cause disruption, I'd rather do it once than do it twice, and have people remember the hurt of the change, as opposed to, hey, let's do neighborhood stops this year and then let's do the 3-tiered, and now I'd rather just do it all in one fell swoop. But that's just my recommendation at this time. Obviously, we'll be open to what the board thinks on that as well. So we'll continue to leave that on the table. And again, I think we have what we need. And then if not, I'll reach out to Susan and Janet for any guidance as we prepare the next presentation. And again, I would also encourage you, if you could please, provide any comments, questions, or concerns prior to the board meeting, so that we can be prepared with some of these responses in advance if we are able to, just so that we can try and expedite this process, whether it's going to go forward or not. We do need to have some direction, and actually, if we are going to move forward, we're going to need some sort of approval no later than, I would say, mid-June. Again, because we are working backward from the school year, the start of the school year, and making sure that we have the routes in place. So I think I'm good, Amy.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item H, action on items from closed session. There was one.
Sorry, I was on mute. I move to approve the employment services report as presented.
Second, Jeffrey Kurth.
A second by Mr. Kurth. Please call the roll.
Ms. Manley?
Yes.
Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Mr. Helmer?
Yeah.
Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
Yes.
Ms. Wondracek?
Yes.
Motion passes. That brings us on to future meetings and dates. So the board meetings are generally held the second and fourth Mondays beginning at 7 p.m. Generally, they're held at West in the Commons, but right now, until further notice, our meetings will be virtual. So our next meeting is June 8th at 7 p.m. 6:30 start time for a closed session, 7 p.m. For open session. June 15th is the Personnel Committee at 4 p.m. We have a meeting on June 22nd with a Finance meeting preceding that at 5:30. And again on July 27th with a Finance meeting preceding that at 5:30. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded, Mitch.
All right, so a motion by Mr. Kurth, second by Mr. Helmer to adjourn. I think for this one, if there's anybody that objects, we'll hear them. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you again, everybody, for your patience and for sticking with us while we have this meeting. Thank you.